And we're live. All right.
Hello, you beautiful people.
Hello, dear listener. How are you? Good to see you guys. Well, we're not seeing anybody. This is going to be a WACKYTOR stream.
Is it public? There's 0 people? That doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's public. I'll tell you in a second.
You know what? I have to go in anyway to add the thumbnail, so I'll find it.
Okay.
You can.
I'm hitting the eyeball. There you go.
Talk to the people. There's a.
I mean, there's a like there. So somebody's got to be
public.
There. But it's 10 o'clock on a Tuesday night. Mm-hmm. So it is what it is. It is what it is, ladies and gents. Isaac Bates in the house. So that's good. Shout out to the big homie Isaac Bates. He's usually like one of the first. Shout out to the homie.
Okay. Thumbnail added.
Good. Brought to you by is it WACKYTOR?
Yeah, it's all one word. The WACKYTOR, yeah, but that's all one word. The and wacky goes in together.
Okay. There's 22 heads here. Kevin in the house.
There's the WACKYTOR.
Where's WACKYTOR? There he is. Yo.
We are here for you.
Shout out to the WACKYTOR. WACKYTOR doing his thing. This sounds like PROG night for all intents and purposes. We do know that the big homie Joey Jordison has gone on. He's moved on, as in he's died. So you guys know how we get down. You know that we're Christians. And he was in a metal band, but I do remember they were doing a press conference because shout out to Metalhead Murr, aka Aiden Murray. Thank you for the super chat, my guy. You should react to 96 Quite Bitter Beings by CKY. I've never heard of any of those, so we might. Yeah, but anyway, Joey, when Paul had died, the bassist from Slipknot, he said something like he's praying for him or he hopes God, receives him or something like that. So, you guys know how I get down. My barometer for what saving faith is probably a lot more generous than my counterparts. But there's reasons for hope for Joey Jordison. But it just looks to me that after they lost Paul, that he wasn't really the same after that. So, and that's completely understandable. So yeah. So rest in peace. I mean, the guy. I was just coming into metal when I discovered Slipknot, so the guy was unbelievable. As far as what he could do, because I'd never seen anything like that before in my life. And I saw Joey at 2001. It was like right after 9/11. They called it the Pledge of Allegiance tour, and he had a solo, and it was just insane. It was just unbelievably ridiculous what this kid was able to do, and he was like 5 feet -10. Like he was so short and small. Yeah, he was small, but the output and how loud he was live was just insane. So these stars, man, they burn out fast. So I don't know what the cause of death was. It's kind of speculative. Shout out to VC Forever.
Brian. Sorry.
Apparently, there's another brother named Mike Howe. No disrespect to him, I'm not very familiar, but the band Metal Church, and he died as well recently. I don't know if it was today, but he did leave us recently. Amy. If we have time, absolutely 100,000% for sure, because you're our person.
Brian Mullen, are you Are you part of a smaller group? Like, did you go in with somebody on some Symphony X?
Is he in an alliance?
Well, I'm trying to find out if he's part of...
He died last night. They said Joey died peacefully in his sleep. So, there you go. Inshallah. But, look, there's a lot of ways to deal with this. You know, this is actually one of the, in my opinion, the worst thing about the channel is that you find these bands and then you fall in love with them and then you don't really get to enjoy them because they die afterwards. So, you are actually, I think Slipknot is one of your favorite bands going into the channel, and you've never been able to see Slipknot play live with Joey. The guy that's playing right now is great. He's a badass, but man, seeing Joey is just something different.
Oh, so she had surgery?
Phoebe had surgery. It was very hard on her body. They had to do 4 transfusions. Still have to give her blood, but not as much as they were. We don't know yet. We don't know when we will be able to wake her up yet.
That is such a thing.
Matt, do me a favor and send me an email because I'd like to... send me an email because I want to ask you something, but I don't want to ask you on the channel. So guys, like, I know a lot of times stuff like this happens and I'm a downer. I fuck up everybody's day. So I'm going to try my best to be jovial and happy. And, you know, the fact that he died in his sleep is actually a little bit of a comfort to me to some degree. And I'm going to try to, just enjoy, the music, because music is what Joey loved. And so... I'm not going to presume to know what he would have wanted in this moment, but, the guy's a metalhead and he loved music, and so I'm just going to go ahead and say, look, the best way to pay tribute to the homie is just to listen to metal, rock out, have fun, and,
Wow, sorry to hear that, Joshua.
Love each other the best we can, and that's that. And then we're going to be here for each other because that's what we do in the village, so... If you're bumming because of Joey or because of Mike Howe, we got you back. We're here for you, and we're going to be here for quite some time because we're going to be doing prog music. So, holy shit, Josh! My sister's husband's dad also died Sunday night.
Yeah.
Yeah, shit is just crazy right now. So,
okay.
All right.
Do you have the songs downloaded?
No, not at all.
Okay, so while you start doing that, I'm going to chat with them.
This is WACKYTOR's little symbol, by the way, at the bottom left.
Yep. You like what you see?
That's DJ WACKYTOR. And then one more thing, and then we're going to be up for Prog Night. It's going to be good. But we had to give a little tribute to the big homie Joey Jordison, because he was a big part of my metal development anyway. And in my opinion... it's a Hall of Famer, if there is such a thing as a metal Hall of Fame. For sure.
Yeah, 96 Quite Bitter Beings is prog/hard rock. That's Metalhead, a.k.a. Aiden.
I'm not even going to say by DJ. I'm going to say by the, all caps, WACKYTOR. The WACKYTOR. All right, let me see. Huh? That's funny.
What?
I put metal there, and that's what came up.
Oh.
And he told me
King Diamond, prog? I don't really know. I'm not, like... I don't know the list as well as Vinny does. As far as which group each song fits into, I don't know.
So practical. Only
remember when we first started YouTube and you thought that if there was an emoji after, they would still let us have our Patreon, like the money that you get from it? Like they wouldn't copyright strike it?
If there was an emoji by it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I was like, hey, maybe
so cute.
I was like, maybe if we do that.
You're like, oh, that's what he does, and we'll have to put a guitar after it, and they will let us have our money we're working for. Nope.
You were wrong. You were
That's
wrong.
a cute idea.
All right. We got WACKYTOR
King
there.
Diamond is not prog. What is it?
Don't argue. Don't argue. Just leave it. that a girl should be.
I'm not arguing. I'm asking a question.
So practical.
I want to know from their opinion what it is.
Only for the night. 24? Nope, that's too small. What about 34? What about 35?
All right. Wheezy
There we
Deezy.
go.
Yeah,
Perfect.
He played in Death, so yes. Everybody's just talking to themselves in the comment section.
Scrolling ticker. Is Ben Webb here yet?
I don't know.
All right. Brought to you by the WACKYTOR. All right, that's the wrong font, though.
Yay, Lisa! I'm glad you got it.
What'd she get?
Her Vin and Sori merchandise.
Oh, she did.
Buy how much?
Did she win something?
I don't think so.
Or did she just buy it herself?
I think she bought it.
Oh, that's cool. Shout out to Lisa. Send us your picture, bro. We
Yeah,
can.
send us your... Mike Franco. Don't jinx it, Vinny.
What happened?
I don't know. You keep messing around with things, and we need to just start.
All right. We're going to start. All right, guys. First song on the docket. Strap in. We're going to be with each other for quite some time. So that's good.
Yeah, she treated herself. T-shirt and coffee
T-shirt
cup.
and coffee
Aw.
cup. Real prog is Evanescence. All right, we'll be back, guys. Vin,
I'm sorry.
if you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the filthy capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at insori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull
You
that
can
off.
also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee, a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord,
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
and they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Vin and Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch indeed. So we are in just the beginning of our nightly stream. As of late, it's become a nightly thing almost. We are doing a whole song list. Our DJ tonight is the WACKYTOR.
Yes.
And the first song or songs that he has it's Dream Theater, The Mirror, Lie. So I think it's 2 songs that are kind of
there's
squashed
2.
together.
Yeah, one song's called The Mirror, the other song's The Lie. But apparently they basically
Go together?
You have to listen to them together.
Yes, but he paid for both, so don't.
You didn't have to say that, filthy capitalist. Sori.
Well, I just want people to know, because then everybody will say, "Well, can I do 2 songs?" No.
I mean, you can if you pay for them both.
Right, but that's why I wanted people to know that.
All right, so it's The Mirror, and then the song right after it is Lie.
Lie.
And I'm pretty certain that we'll probably be the first reactors to react to both of them back to back. Are we doing them all in one song?
Back to back.
We're
Yeah,
doing
these
one
2
song?
go together.
And then we'll comment on both.
Yep.
Okay. Holy moly. Okay. Black Queen, we are doing The Mirror / Lie from the band Dream Theater. All right, you guys ready? Here we go. This is The Mirror, Lie, Dream Theater. Remember, it's both songs, ladies and gents. It's both songs, so that's why the song is so long. Okay. Go to downloads, Dream Theater, Mirror, Lie, hit play. You got the lyrics. Oh, starting off heavy. This guitarist is legendary from this band. Oh, rumbling bass, rumbling bass. I didn't know Dream Theater could get heavy. This is Lie now, right? Whoa. Dude can sing, bro. A little vibrato. Whoa! Jeez. Whoa! Shots fired. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Get the lyrics back, get the lyrics back. Oh, chunky. Yup. This Petrucci guy he's a problem, this guy. Whoa! I was about to start drumming along with it.
Interesting.
Yeah, they were just like, yeah, we're just gonna end it on that.
Yep.
Just end it on that. Yeah, that. See, if I would have come over with a riff like that, I'm like, oh, yo, we riding that shit the whole song, bro. Or I'd have just like put it in the middle. You know what I'm saying? For like a cool breakdown.
Well,
that I would have centered that entire thing, but you know, that's the funny thing about these guys is like shit that I'm like, oh my god, they're like, yeah, I'll just do that for like 4 seconds. Throw it
must
away.
be nice.
Yeah. These guys are ridiculously. I feel like these people are like these guys are kind of like the Avengers, right? Like everybody in the band is like a superhero.
Oh,
that Petrucci dude, the guitarist is like. Who did we interview? We interviewed that guy from Periphery. Mm-hmm. You know, Periphery is the only band that's covered that song. They didn't do a very good job of it either. Not in the sense that it was bad. It was just
they covered that one.
Yeah, it wasn't
the one that I've been listening to on
yeah,
nonstop. Oh.
Yeah, but it wasn't really like. It was the same song, only they just put some guitars in it. Like there was no like metal version of it, so.
Yeah,
I think that's we've got an opening there. Mm-hmm. She says, "Who's the WACKYTOR in chat?" The WACKYTOR is in the chat
when he wants to be seen.
His name is WACKYTOR. Also, that's Viet Cong forever. This is my guy, man. I think we hooked up on Middle America, but he's got these amazing like landscapes of Vietnam. Oh, it's unbelievable.
Oh yeah, you told me about it.
Such a beautiful country that place is. Holy moly.
So lyrically here, I thought the beginning.
Okay, 2 seconds. So if you're just tell the people that it's 2 songs, I think is what I want, what I need.
Okay, so this one song was The Mirror and Lie. Both of them are Dream Theater songs that come back to back on the album. The WACKYTOR wanted these done in a song review, so we are combining them. So we're going to break down the lyrics a little bit more quickly because we have 2 songs to kind of go through. But I want to focus on verse 1. I thought verse 1
which
was
song?
The Mirror.
Okay, so we're going to the first part, which is The Mirror, verse 1. Okay, go ahead.
So he says, temptation, why won't you leave me alone, lurking every corner, everywhere I go? Self-control, don't turn your back on me now when I need you the most. Constant pressure tests test my will or my won't. My self-control escapes from me still. And I thought it was a really interesting verse because one is I think that most of us have had our bouts with temptation. And I say most of us because some people never fight their temptations, so they don't know what it is to really battle your temptations.
It's true.
And so if you're constantly giving into your temptations all the time, you don't have the self-control necessary. Like when you're begging self-control to help you out, you know that you're somebody that lacks a massive amount of self-control, because self-control is kind of one of those things that once you have it, it's just working in the background like when you're breathing. So you don't even really realize that you're exercising self-control because you have so much of it. So when you're at the point where you're like, I need it, in that particular situation, it's probably because you have not gained the self-control necessary to be able to grow that part of yourself. That's been my experience.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I agree with that.
And why?
So you're saying if a person's calling on their self-control, that means that they're not using it?
No, I'm saying like, so for instance, no, I'm not going to use that example. It's like a little bit too close to your home. Like basically if, let's say somebody is always used to, anytime somebody cuts them off in traffic, they blow up and they give somebody the finger.
Yeah.
So they then the next time that it happens, if they're really trying to not react like that, it's going to be extremely difficult. They're going to be like, I need self-control, because it's going to be so hard for them not to do it. But somebody who exercises that all the time, like when somebody flips me off in traffic, which happens semi-regularly, it makes me laugh for the most part.
That happens to you regularly?
Oh, yeah.
That's really interesting. I did not know that happened regularly with you.
Oh, yeah, it had happened multiple times when the kids have been in the car, too. It's like, and I don't even think that I'm driving, any particular way, but they will. Well, the thing
you're
is,
saying, yeah,
I pull
I
out
just,
into traffic when I see an opening, and people don't like that sometimes. So, anyway. So what I'm saying is that when you exercise, when you fight temptation, it starts building your self-control. If you're in a situation where you've never had to exercise self-control, let's say it's a guy with pornography, and all of a sudden he says, holy shit, girls are being trafficked in a lot of these videos. I could be getting my sexual pleasures off of someone being trafficked. Okay, I'm not good with that. I really need to not do that. But then when they start getting that feeling or that thought that they want to go and look at pornography, they've never had to exercise self-control in that area because they've just let themselves just look at whatever. So now when they're trying to exercise it, it's going to be like, oh, I need self-control here, because they have not exercised that muscle. Where somebody that exercises that muscle and does not let themselves look at pornography or whatever situation it is, after a while of practicing that resisting that temptation, it gets easier. And sometimes you're using self-control, but it seems effortless. You don't even realize that you were using it, but you were.
Yeah.
When it's almost like unconscious.
I completely disagree with that.
Okay, why?
So I initially kind of disagree with it. Now I completely disagree.
Okay, why?
I think because, well, there's a couple things. One, I think people have, and you don't need to be a Christian to believe this or not believe this, people have, most people have about 2 or 3 things that they wish they would not do, but they're inclined to. Okay. So in Christianese, we call that besetting sin. So, for example, you bring up the porn thing, that's not a problem for me, but the propensity towards violence is a problem for me, right? So something happens, especially, something happens to one of the kids or something like that, that it's a real problem for me. And so as far as self-control goes, there's never going to come a time when that becomes automatic for me. So I don't think, when you're dealing with a besetting sin, I don't think it ever becomes automatic. I think you always have to be purposeful and be on guard against those weaknesses.
Yes, but there's a difference. There's a difference between being on the edge of the cliff and watching your footing and being cautious because you know you're likely to slip, and when you're sliding down the hill trying to struggle your way up. There is a difference. And when you're in the throes of fighting some temptation that you don't fight all the time, it can get really, really intense, and you're like, oh, I need some self-control. Yeah, and then eventually you can get to the point where it doesn't require so much self-control because you've gained in self-control.
Yeah, I did that. I think you're saying that as a person who, well, some of the stuff I'm not going to say on camera, but as a person who's never dealt with addiction, you can say that. Even if you look at the verses, temptation, why won't you leave me alone? That doesn't sound like somebody who was just cavalierly walking through and then, he gets, blindsided. This sounds like a guy who's been struggling a long time with whatever this issue is. Because he says, lurking around the corner everywhere I go. That means it's been a constant thing that he's been trying to avoid. I see. This doesn't look to me to be the type of guy who, it looks to me that he's dealing with a very specific issue that he is extremely vulnerable to, and that's why he sees it lurking every corner. Because we were in a situation a couple days ago where apparently some woman did something that could be construed as sexual right in front of me, and she said I didn't even see it.
No, I cannot believe that.
Now, you were talking to me, I didn't even see it.
I totally forgot about that.
You know what I'm saying? But like, if there would have been a dude, because we were in Victoria's Secret, but if there was a dude who like smacked his girlfriend or something like that, I would see. So that's what I'm saying. Like, when you have like an issue, you see it everywhere, and when you don't have an issue, you don't see it, even if it's in front of you. So that's why, like.
Yeah, I don't have an issue, but I would have it. I would see if someone smacked a woman in public. Well, I don't have a problem with.
Yeah, but there are things that I see that you don't see all the time.
Oh, okay.
You see what I'm saying? Yeah. As far as, so that's all I'm saying is that it looks to me like he's genuinely been fighting this issue, and I think he knows he's gonna lose, and so I my will or my won't. Constant pressure tests my will or my won't. My self-control escapes from me still. I do think there's a lot of value, though, in you saying, it's like I tell people all the time, like, when you're getting shot at is the wrong time to put on your helmet. You should put on your helmet before you get shot at. So I do think there's a lot of value in that self-accountability of saying, like, I need to, if you fall into, I do this. I do postmortems a lot, and I do my own kind of debriefs a lot, and I think they're important. Like, I don't, there was a situation that happened, and I was about to get very bloody, and it's interesting. Like, I'm just now, I feel like, recovering from that situation, and that happened, I don't know, a month ago or something like that, and my biggest problem was that I was not able to, I don't know how else to say it. My biggest problem was I wasn't able to solve the problem in the way that I'm normally able to solve those problems. So anyway, my point is, like, when it comes to temptations and things like that and stuff that we can't get over, I do think there's a lot of importance in saying, if you know that you have these issues, if you know that you're an alcoholic, for example, I'm just bringing it up. You know you're an alcoholic and you've got 2 ways to go home. Don't drive by the bar. Take the long way home. Like, create strategies for yourself. But what happens is when people want to give in to temptations that they've been fighting in, they start creating situations where they fall into it. So it's interesting because in verse 2 he says, "Hypocrite, how could you be so cruel and expect my faith in return? Resistance is not as hard as it seems when you close the door." See, verse 2 sounds like you. So verse 2 is his inner dialogue, I think, after he fell into the temptation. Look what he's saying to himself. "Hypocrite, how could you be so cruel and expect my faith in return?" So maybe my faith, maybe that's self-control talking to him. Right? Maybe because he's saying self-control, I need you the most. Right? In verse 1.
Yeah.
He says, "Lurker, I'm lacking self-control. Don't turn your back on me now." But then I think self-control is saying to him, "You hypocrite, how could you be so cruel and expect my faith in return?" Meaning me coming through for you. How could you expect me to do that when you're flirting around with this
resistance?
This
it's
thing?
Not as hard as it seems when you close the door.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Resistance.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and it's this very simple thing like, hey, just resist it and just close the door to the temptation. It won't be as hard as it seems. Well, I think that's true and that's false. I think when you close the door, that works, but it's a hell of a lot of work to close that door. Right? And a lot of people who, and of course, this guy's a rock star. He's in a band and it's talking about betrayal. So I'm going to assume he's talking about cavorting with women because that's a problem for a lot of dudes. And when you're in a band as big as Dream Theater, they're literally every corner. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is not, these guys are legendary people. So, as far as temptation goes, yeah, I think he is dealing with that at every corner for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Wow. Yeah. And then this line too, I thought you could control life, but it's not like that. There are things you can't control. I think that that's a really good and important line. There was something I was listening to the other day, and it was talking about that, you know, like, there are things within your day and within your life that you can control, and you have to do your damnedest to make sure that you pick the right, out of the 2 options or 3 options, you pick the best one that's on the table, the healthiest one that's on the table, and the one that's going to get you closer to the person that you're trying to be or would like to be. But a lot of times people will, there are other things that are there just outside of your control. There's nothing that you can do. You can't change it. You can't make it go away. You can't, it is there. And so you just have to deal with what's there. If you can make the adjustments, make the adjustments. But there's lots of things in life you can't control, and stressing about those things and being angry and upset that you can't straighten those things out, it'll just put you in a whirlwind when it can be avoided. You just say, okay, that's out of my control. I'm going to leave it over there.
Yeah. I mean, but that's why self-control is so important, because for the most part, you can control yourself. Although I do believe, and this might be controversial, but I do believe there comes a time in certain situations where you cannot control yourself. And I hold people responsible for all the acts that you did to get yourself to that point. So, for example, when a person is ossified drunk, they're still conscious of themselves to a degree, but their ability to control themselves, I believe, is seriously hampered. So I generally don't hold people responsible for what they do or say when they're drunk, but I do hold them responsible for getting to that point. So especially if they're a veteran of alcohol and they know how alcohol affects them, then so self-control, it's one of those things. Like, some people, like, you're kind of like that, right? Like, but here's my question: does that work for you? Like, the simplistic sort of simplicity is not always bad. It's one of the things that kind of, like, I go back and forth on a lot, because, you know, my mind is, you know, whatever. But, like, does that work? Is it one of those things? Is it kind of like a heuristic where you go, okay, like, this is easy, I can just stop, and then you stop, or is it, this is easy, I should stop, and then you start condemning? Like, how does that work?
It depends on what the thing is. So let's say, you know, if I'm dealing with, you know, like, there's one thing in my life that's always been a problem, like, from as far back as I can remember. It's been a weakness of mine. And so it's like, okay, sometimes when that is, I don't know, it almost feels like it goes through phases where, and I think that's where the Bible talks about, and maybe I'm not answering your question, but I think the Bible, it basically talks about, you know, like, kind of building when it's the right season. And so there are times where that temptation or that weakness of mine is not so prevalent, and it's very easy for me to just push it away and just not go with it. But then there are other times where, when it's a particularly rough season, with that, it doesn't necessarily mean my situation around me is rough. It just means that I'm having a rough time with that weakness. And when I'm in that spot, it's like, you know, if I haven't been building during the other time to kind of strengthen myself, then I end up, you know, in not a good space. And then, yeah, so once I find that I've given into my weakness, then I have that kind of condemning feeling. I've been really trying to work myself out of that, because it's very unhelpful. I agree that it never does any good, which we've said that a billion times, but I've been, you know, actually realizing that it doesn't do any good, because you end up, like, kind of like just like sitting as a victim instead of saying, okay, I got to do something about this. So did that answer your question? I don't think I did.
No, it did, because in the middle, I think, like, if you look at the middle, the guy says that I haven't behaved as I should. And then the woman says, everything you need is around you. The only danger is inside of you. And then the man says, I thought you could control life, but it's not like that. There are things you can't control. And then the next thing goes, let's stare the problem right in the eye. It's plagued me from coast to coast.
Yeah.
But then it says, racing the clock to please everyone, all but the one who matters the most. Reflections of reality are slowly coming into view. How in the hell could you possibly forgive me after all the hell I put you through? So that seems to me to be about the lifestyle, the rock star lifestyle, little bit of infidelity / you're not there.
Yeah.
You're not there because this company wants a tour, or this band wants you to promote them, or whatever. And you want to please all those. It was funny because there's like this season in our family right now is about really self-reflection and self-improvement, I think. And so we're listening about, like, you know, the 5 different narcissistic parents. And I kept listening to all the descriptions, and I was like, yes, this is great. I'm not one of those people. And then I forgot what she called it. She said, I'm going to call it something. She didn't call it this. She called it something technical, but she called it like the hero narcissist, like the guy that goes out and saves the world and everybody thinks they're a really great person, and then their kids get shortchanged and the kids start resenting the dad because everybody they run into is like, oh, you saved me, you helped me, blah blah blah, and then the kids are shorted. And I was like, fuck, because I have a pretty, like, you know, brutal self-assessment. And so when they were explaining the other times of narcissism, I'm like, nope. And then they said that, and I'm like, shit. Because that was pretty much my life before we got married. That's one of the reasons why, you know, you always ask me, like, sometimes the news will come on or whatever, and you'd be like, oh, do you ever miss, you know, whatever. And I'm like, no. Like, because, like, I can feel it, and, you know, I mean, the fact of the matter is, you know, I was married before, you know what I'm saying? And it didn't work. And, you know, obviously, when you look at Shorty and her body of work, it's very easy to not look at yourself and go, I mean, she's great. But, like, you have to account for that.
Yep.
Like, you know, you selected occupations that took you away, and you didn't know if you were coming back. Nobody knew what you were doing. Like, you selected that. You made those decisions, you know? And, you know, you had your nice little endorphin kick when you saw shit in the news, and you're like, you're texting you. You know what I'm saying? Like, like you have to understand, like, and it's really deceptive because it looks like I'm doing, you know, whatever, and I'm doing things somebody else is doing, and I'm, you know, all the little subcultures that get created in those contexts for people, like. And now I look back at it, I'm like, okay, because all of us had families, and yeah, I've said it before, none of us. I think there's one guy that still has everything intact. So, yeah, I was talking to one of my you know, buddies from the channel, and, you know, he was in the Marine Corps, and, like, those guys are, like, they're squared away. Like, the Marines are. I'm not just saying that because my brother. I mean, just historically. And, you know, we were talking about it. We were talking about the, you know, the shit that they say, how they brainwash you, make you feel like you're like a, you know, whatever. But, like, a lot of young men, like, need that. And we were talking about how, like, yeah, we got older. And now as we're older and we look back, we can go, oh, okay, like, what were we doing? Like, you know what I'm saying? But at the time, we weren't thinking like that. You know what I'm saying? So it was one of those, like, cool moments. It's like, okay, somebody else.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
oh, yeah.
We didn't do the exact same thing, but it. And I was saying to him, like, all guys are the same. Like, he could have easily done what we were doing. You know what I'm saying? Like, smart dude. You know what I mean? Like, all you had to do was get fit, and you know what I mean. So, like, but at the time, there's all this, like, import to, you know, like, metaphorical import. Oh, you know, you earned blah. Now you look back at your mid-30s and you're like, they were G'ing me all the time, bro. But I'm you know, so I was listening to that about the you know, the narcissism or whatever, and you know, I'm not a big guilt person. So I don't hang out in guilt. I'm like, shit. But what I did say was, well, I did get out. I mean, it got very, like, extreme, you know, but I finally did, and I was willing to deal with the consequences for it because, you know, at the end of the day, they're like, well, you signed a contract. Like, you are under contract. Like, you're not going to beat City Hall, right? You're not going to beat the United States. Like, if you sign it, that's it. But thank God I had people that you know, were good to me and overlooked because I was dead to rights. I mean, there was no, but
Wow.
so I don't feel like, how could you forgive me for after all the hell I put you through to the kids? I look at it more like, well, I'm here now, and that's the cool thing about kids is they're willing to forgive you. You know what I'm saying? As long as you'll be there. No, we haven't done King Diamond yet. So yeah. So I really that part of the song like kind of hit me kind of hard because. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, it's like I told my buddy, it was like, yeah, but if we didn't do it as young men, then that would be in our minds now. You know what I'm saying? Like,
oh yeah,
I would be completely 100%. Intolerable. Like if I never, you know what I'm saying?
Oh no, I know. Yeah.
So and I think it's the same thing with these guys. Like you're a musician, you're a badass musician, you're legendary, and everybody believes that, but this guy's actually legendary. Mm-hmm. Like I thought a certain thing about myself, and it turned out to be true. But the only way I could validate that is if I put myself in this, hard situation that 98% blah blah blah, all the bullshit that they tell you. That's because 98% of the other people sat around and said, "Why am I doing this shit?"
Oh God.
So in reality, those people were actually really smart. They're like, "Why?" I remember one time I was like, "Yo, you gonna quit?" I'm like, "You gonna quit?" And the guy goes, "Yeah, Vin, I'm gonna quit." I'm like, "I can't believe you, bro. Like I thought you were a different person." I started laying all this shit on it, and he's like, "Yeah." He's like, "I'm gonna go home and eat a nice pizza and drink a beer and XYZ with my wife. You have at it with all these men." And he got up and he left. Okay. You know what? He's still married.
Oh wow. He's the only one?
Well, I mean...
You said there was one that was still married, so I didn't know if I was the one.
There's one in our crew.
Oh.
That, but this guy, we were trying to get into the crew, and he just quit. He quit. Okay. Okay, so I think that's what the song is about. Like, that betrayal, he talked about betraying a friend, and
yeah.
And he's saying, "I won't, I swear, don't tell me you wanted me, don't tell me you thought of me."
Well, this is the lie. This one went into the lie.
Yeah, so that's the first part of the song. Now the second part of the song, so the second song is called The Lie.
Or just Lie, actually.
Or Lie, sorry. And it literally, it's the very next one. So we're just going to go right into it. I know it's kind of a super long review, but it's Dream Theater, guys, and we got to respect the art form, right? So we're not going to rush through it, but okay. Daybreak at the bottom of the lake. It's 100 degrees, I can't breathe, and I won't get out till I figure out. Though I'm weak, I can't believe. Woo! Good rhyme scheme, bro. That's some hip-hop level shit. So you tell me, trust me, I can trust you. Just let me show you. But I got to work it out in a shadow of doubt because I don't know if I know you.
Woo!
This is weird. I almost feel like this song should have preceded the first song, but there should be a rhyme and reason to it. Doing fine. But so this looks like it's from the angle of the person...
that's maybe continuing on the relationship.
Yeah, that's still recognizing the relationship for sure.
Mm-hmm. Doing fine, but don't waste my time. Tell me what it is you want me to say. You sin, you win. Just let me in. Hurry. I've been out in the rain all day. So she wants to get back in with him?
Yeah, I think.
So you tell me, trust me. I can trust you as far as I can throw you.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get out of the shadow of doubt because I don't know if I know you.
Right. So that's just like people are like he's trying to figure out like, is this somebody I can trust? Is this somebody I can be with? Or what's the deal here?
Look at the chorus. Don't tell me you wanted me. Don't tell me you thought of me. I won't. I swear I won't. I'll try. I swear I'll try. Lie.
Yeah. Yeah, and so it just seems to be about the betrayal and not being able to trust somebody, and then that's a very, very difficult, because how do you know? We had this conversation 2 days ago where people were saying once a cheater, always a cheater, and I said that's ridiculous. Like, what do you? I was like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, you were like, I said, well, you know what they say about people. Once a cheater, always a cheater. And Vin is like, who says that? I was like, I mean, I've heard it. He's like, who? Sorry, who? And then I said, I listed off the 2 people I heard say it. Both of them were women. Speaking about men.
Yeah, and yeah. So, you know, it's not as easy as people want to make it out to be, you know, like, because people do change. They really, really do. And so we you know, Beyonce, you know, we talked about that. Like, she stayed with Jay-Z after he had his bout of infidelity. And what's his face? Will Smith and Jada Pickett. We didn't talk about this, but this is on the other side. Will Smith and Jada Pickett.
Yeah, I saw something was happening about
she
that.
She slept with some dude that was like 20 years old. You know what I'm saying? She's like 50.
Oh my
God,
that's
and
so gross.
they had a conversation, and they're still together. Will Smith and Jada, and she called it an entanglement, and it was we had an entanglement, and she was laughing, and Will Smith was crying, and
Why was she laughing?
well, I mean, I think
felt
it was
uncomfortable?
nervous laughter. I don't think it. I mean, you're coming on TV talking about you slept with a 20-year-old when you're 50. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I think she was nervous laughing, but he was hurt. He cried in the thing, and of course, everybody made a meme about it, made fun of him because
I saw the meme.
Dudes aren't allowed to cry over that.
I saw a meme going around, and I thought it wasn't real.
Yeah. No,
Because I couldn't believe people would be making fun of somebody in that situation.
Oh, if it's a
I'm
man,
like, I
of
just
course.
thought it was like, I'm like, oh, there's probably some movie where he gets cheated on in the movie, and then that's what the meme's all about. I didn't know people were saying, mocking someone in that situation. That's horrible.
Oh yeah. Well, look. I lost respect for Will after that. See? That's how
he stayed.
Yeah. Right? And it's the same thing with Beyonce. Beyonce stayed with Jay. People lost respect for her. Because, oh, you're supposed to be an independent woman, blah, 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 blah. She's like, yeah, I'm going to prioritize my relationship. And it's the same thing with Will Smith. You know? He's like, I'm going to prioritize the relationship. But if you do that, people are going to lose respect for you. That's why you can't be a person. And I don't think that DJ is bad for that. That's just how men are. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's, you know, me, I interpreted that situation differently because I know what it's like to be Will Smith. So,
oh God, that's awful.
But I also understand, like, if people knew all the shit that I dealt with with that previous situation, people would not respect it at all. Dudes wouldn't respect it at all. And
you're right.
I understand.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't give a fuck, but I understand.
Yeah.
So, like, I'm not, you know, like, people, that's what I'm saying. It's not easy. And that's why I was saying, like, a lot of people throw away relationships that they otherwise would have stayed in because they don't want to look bad. And it's like, to me, when I'm doing that, well, I mean, honestly, I wasn't really doing that arithmetic with Shorty because if it was me, I'd have been like, yeah, I'm out of here. But God said, no, you can't. So I was like, oh, I got it. There it is. And God was like, yeah, you got it, but you can't. He said, take that assignment in Kentucky and get out of Dodge. And so we did. I took the family and I'm like, all right, we're out of here. Let's get a change of scenery. But so when people, you know, he says, I had gotten used to being a soul destroyed. She comes in apparently to fill the void. All dogs need a leash, and at least I'll forget it. Yada, yada, yada. So those things are hard. And I don't think that infidelity necessarily has to be fatal to a relationship. But consistent infidelity and inconsistent lack of change is where you pull the trigger. And what's the number? 2 times, 3 times, 9 times? I don't know. I don't know what the number is. I just know that it's not as simple as, oh, once a cheater, always a cheater. Yeah, people change. So, you know, it appears to me that Jay has changed and that he learned from the mistake and they're moving on and they're stronger for it. But obviously those are rare and not, you know, the consistent. And that's why even Jesus had a very strict marriage ideal. But even Jesus said, well, in the case of porneia, I'll allow you to divorce. You know what I'm saying? Like, so even he knows.
I was
that's
watching this thing where it was
people.
talking about when, you know, if one person cheats in a relationship and how that affects the other person, and how even if you decide to stay and you decide to work it out, like, there's still that, like, gaping wound that's always, like, there.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So it's like you're with the person, but it's not.
Oh yeah, no, I agree. I agree with that 100%. I agree with that 100%. And it's different. I hate to say this, but it's different for guys and girls. It really, really is, because guys and girls generally relate to sex differently. So if a guy does that and the girl doesn't confront him and she just kind of looks the other way and doesn't say anything, the guy is more likely to go, well, shit. Okay. But with women, there's that cultural layer of the whore title or the slut title or whatever that functions as a form of a control mechanism. Which is one of the benefits that you get when you run a society is men obviously run a society. I know a lot of people are freaking out because they're feminists, but at the end of the day, we still run American society. That's a fact. So we've got this nice little system where if a guy is cavorting all over the place, he's a player, he's celebrated. If a woman does it, she's a whore. So when you plug that into relationships, that gives the guy a lot of power. So like, for example, if Will Smith would have kept it straight-faced, and if he would have said, yeah, you were a hoe that day, then she would have gotten memed. Right? She would have gotten memed if Will Smith would have kept it gully and said that. But because he didn't, then he got the meme. And part of that, to me, I was like, that's a real stand-up dude. To be willing to bear that cross. Because he could have said all that shit. And he knows how social media works. All of us know. If you have a camera in your face all the time, you know how media works. Because you know that most people do not watch. I didn't watch the 2-hour special that they did on it. I watched a little 10-minute thing where she talked about her entanglement and him crying. That's all I saw. So he knew, but I think there's a big part of him that wants to protect her because he knows how women get treated. And if he would have said, "Oh, God, you're a hoe," blah 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 blah, and he would have kept it straight faced, then the shame would have been on her. So he wanted to bear that for her. And you know, I understand that a lot of dudes will not respect that. I understand that, but I looked at that and I said, "Holy shit, that's some gangster shit right there." What he just did. You know, but that goes into a whole different conversation about what a man really is and what we're really supposed to do as men, especially in our relationships. And that's one of the reasons why, you know, I am the way that I am with, you know, homegirl, which, you know, you're like, oh, you think that I'm like some 1 in a million person. There is a celebrity that did the same thing I did. You know what I'm saying? So it's not that I'm 1 in a million. Like a lot of guys are like that. It's just, they're not going to get the, you know, whatever, because most of the time they're guys. Listen,
babe, it's not the same situation.
Just give me. Let me just say this: society. Well, we don't know Will's situation. I'm sure it was complex there too. But society, because society is run by men, society is not going to promote that as a male value trait, right? So that's all I'm saying. So what I'm saying is there might not be a trillion dudes like me or Will, but there's a lot more than you think. But this society is not going to promote those men, so you're not going to see them. Because obviously if we promote that, if we recast masculinity as a man protects his woman at all costs, including protecting her honor and dignity when she steps out on him like that. If we redefine masculinity that way, that would challenge so many men, and dudes know that they don't have the stones to be that kind of man. So that guy is never going to get promoted in our society for the same reason that you're never going to see
that makes sense.
American society promote Malcolm. They're going to promote Martin for obvious reasons, right? So anyway, that's how I look at it. Very, very deep song.
Okay, one quick question. Why did he say
Sori is 1 in a million to be so chill about that? Now, I think DJ, you misunderstood who was being chill and who was 1 in a million in the situation. But go ahead.
Okay. When he says, I just want to talk about lifelong mistakes and you can tell your stepfather I said so, what is that supposed to mean?
I have no idea. Probably her stepfather did the same thing that he did, so she talked about it a lot. You know how people talk about how their parents were and all that other stuff? Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, well, what do you give it? Are you doing an overall rating or are you rating them separately?
I
was going to rate them together.
I'm going to rate them together.
Okay, and what do you give it?
I am going to give it a 9.5. I don't like prog at all as a genre at all. So I don't expect high scores for the rest of the night because I don't like prog. I feel like it's too pretentious. However, there was enough regular, if Ben Webb was here, somebody needs to reach out to Ben and tell him that he's no longer banned. I mean, when you talk about Shorty, many would not be okay with it. Just facts.
That's what I thought he originally said, but then, yeah.
Oh, well, she's not okay with it. You don't know about conversations we have offline, but we do it for the culture.
It depends on the situation.
That's also true.
There's some stuff that I'm really chill about that's unnatural, and then there are other things where I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah, so it just depends.
That is true. Mm-hmm. That's very true. So you're right. You are 1 million on that. I agree. Okay. But there is enough simple chugga-lugga-lugga stuff to where, that Ben Webb says, shout out to Ben Webb. Somebody reach out to Ben Webb, tell him he's no longer banned. But yeah, I like that. And I like the solos. I'm going to give it a 9.5. Both of them. Both songs put together. It was really, really good subject matter. I didn't think we were going to talk this long about it. But
is this backwards? It's a 6 for me.
It's a straight 6. Holy moly.
Yeah, I didn't like it.
How come? Wow, WACKYTOR.
It didn't flow to me. It was kind of choppy, especially the first song was very choppy. Mm-hmm. It just... Yeah, I just couldn't really get into it. And I didn't like it. And honestly, it was going to get a 5. But I bumped it to a 6 because they did a really good,
What didn't you like?
In between. I told you, it didn't... The cadence seemed off to me, I couldn't get on it. It was weird. And then I just didn't like it. It just was kind of meh to me. So
Amy Lee says, WACKYTOR, how could you? See, WACKYTOR.
So sorry, WACKYTOR.
WACKYTOR was waiting for me to be the one.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's true, and it flipped.
KI is saying this is one of the This is what I don't understand about you. You like the band Dream Theater. You like PROG. This is one of their best songs, and you give it a 6. Okay.
Yeah, well,
whatever you say.
I'm never gonna lie to you.
All right, there you are, dear listener. You who are listening to this in the regular Vin and Sori channel, who are not going to be in the stream, we bid you adieu. We'll see you tomorrow. We'll see you later at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But if you
moral of the story is stop lying.
Are in the stream,
don't cheat.
We're coming right back with another banger.
Gain self-control.
Stop cheating. Be forgiving, but be wise. Mm-hmm. There you are, dear listener. Vin out.
Sori out.
Gone. I was about to quit that. I was about to hit finish, which would have been an error.
Wouldn't have been so bad though.
Sori is a complex person. You have no fucking idea.
What? You said that
I didn't say that.
Figured out.
I didn't say that. Your girl said that.
I do think I'm complex. You said you had me figured out.
I do.
So I'm not that complex.
No. I mean, I figured out concurrence and other crazy theological ideas, and you're not more complex in the mind of God, right?
Okay.
Uh-huh. Tony in the house. Tony in the house.
Dream Theater.
DJ, we already did People Equal Shit. We did People Equal Shit literally as the second song all time we've ever done in the channel, bro.
It's fun. It's a fun watch too because that's the first time I ever heard anything that crazy.
Yep. Yeah. You were like, what? They're allowed to say that shit?
Yeah. They are cursing. I don't know. By that point, was I cursing yet?
No. Well, you started cursing after Lone Survivor.
Yeah.
That's when we did that. That's when I did that 5-minute mile.
True. Yep. And I thought you died.
Like a day or two before I had to. I got paged. Like a week later, I was out. I was on the plane.
Sometimes I think of when you would go running and how much running you were doing was insane.
Yeah, I was doing a lot of running. I needed it. Are we doing Opeth or Nevermore next? Well, the next song that we're doing, according to DJ WACKYTOR, is Dream Theater. Again, this Dying Soul live at, it says Budokan, I think. Budokan. I think I'm pronouncing that word correctly. I'm not sure, inshallah. So that's the next one, guys. Live at Budokan. Opeth is coming, though. Oh, Michelle, you have news. Are you engaged?
Nope.
She's not?
Nope. She is having a girl.
She's having a girl!
A girl!
Hey! Yeah!
Yeah!
Yes! How did you know?
I'm prophetic. Also, I saw the comment section.
Boop, 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 boop. Hot fire, burn on Babylon system.
Shout out to
Hot
all the
fire,
ladies.
boop, boop, boop. Vin, Michelle has awesome news for you guys. Yes, that's crazy.
All right. Oh, I thought we had 61 down thumbs. I'm like, what? Okay.
Girl power.
Pull it up, babe. Dream Theater, This Dying Soul. Just remember our
Vin,
storage situation.
for all the years that I've been following this channel, your first marriage sounds so similar to my first marriage. It's uncanny. Most people don't understand why I stuck around either. Yep. There's lots of us, Briz. There's lots of us, bro. Shout out to the big homie Dan. There's a lot of dudes that were doing that shit. Sori thinks I'm like Gandhi or something. I'm like, there's a lot of dudes like this, but you know, she hates men, so
You took it next level.
she has to say that I'm like some exception so she can continue to hate dudes. All right, guys.
I don't hate them like I used to.
Yeah, that's true. Orion has changed that.
Well, Orion a little bit, but more just realizing, you know what?
Or
Tis true. We're all sinfuls.
or Kevin's-
nasty, sinful people.
Kevin Samuels.
Kevin Samuels is.
It really took
I was
Kevin
like, wait,
Samuels.
not another one. Oh my god, not another one.
Yeah. It took
Yep.
Kevin Samuels. Yeah. That's good.
Okay, Dream
good.
Theater.
It's good to know that. It's good to know that, my wife. It's good to know.
Well, you weren't going to sit around and talk about how horrible women were.
No.
Right.
No, I'm not going to do that.
So?
I'm not going to do that.
Okay, then.
Yes, Brooke, unfortunately, the big homie passed away in his sleep.
Yeah.
It's not good news, man. As a matter of fact, interesting, like Shorty was over here before we started shooting, and Jay had sent me a text. And, we were in the middle of a Fortnite jihad, and obviously we have to prioritize Fortnite over our friends. So I hadn't checked, but I saw that Jay, I looked.
Jay sent it too?
Yeah, that's how I found out.
I found out because Steve messaged you.
Yeah, so I'm like, oh, man. And I just kept playing. I didn't want to talk about it because I didn't want to ruin your
Oh,
ruin
I
your day.
saw you do that. And I
Yeah.
said, what? What happened?
Yeah.
I wish you would have just told me.
Yeah.
Okay,
Mike
so
Portnoy's son Max is in a good new band called Tala. That's legit.
okay.
Yeah,
This
bro.
dying
Joey passed
soul.
away in his sleep today, 46 years old, and then
It's alive.
Mike from Metal Church passed away yesterday at 55. All right, guys. We're heading right back in. More Dream Theater.
Get the link because it's the live one you want.
Yeah, I got it. We're good.
All right, cool.
DJ WACKYTOR, ladies and gentlemen, we are right back. Vin,
I'm sorry.
if you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of Alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at insori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull
You
that
can
off.
also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee,
Can't
a positive
guarantee you
review.
a positive review.
Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord,
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
and they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Vin and Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Hello, buy our
Thou
merch.
shall lead them to buy our merch. This, dear listener, is a band called Dream Theater. We're in like a prog Firestream night. Soraya is crazy, so she gave the previous Dream Theater song, which was really a 9.4 at least. She gave it a what did you give it? A 6, a stuck for a lot. So she gave it a 6. So inshallah, Dream Theater will have a better showing tonight. The name of this song is...
Don't get rid of Woody Guthrie, please. Oh, that's not the name of the song.
What's the name of the song we're about to listen to?
The name of the song we're about to listen to is Dream Theater, This Dying Soul. Apparently, this is a live version in...
Budokan. So this
Budokan.
This is Dream Theater Live. Nobody heard me. Anything I had to say.
Yeah, but they heard from mine.
Yeah. This is Dream Theater Live. Okay? And everybody knows that I like live videos the best. Shout out to DJ WACKYTOR. Let's go. You guys probably want to see us, huh? Whoa. My headphones are pulsating right now. Okay, guys, I gotta switch this. Where do we go?
Wow.
Rotating keyboard set. Guys, this guy looks like a mad scientist. Why do you have the
So glad to see you, my friend. It's been a while. Searching for this, where do I begin to heal these wounds of self-denial?
Yikes! That guy right there. That's Petrucci, right? He's a legend, that guy. This guy right here. Whoa, the drummer's singing. Drummer's got the background vocals still hitting. Unbelievable. Oh shit! Hey, hey, hey! Damn! Hard as fuck! to the ground, bro. Yo, look at this guy.
No.
Holy shit. Oh, and the drummer coming in with that bass. Yikes. Not fucking in the song here, you motherfucker.
Wow. That's crazy.
Didn't I say I specifically said do not end the song here?
Yep. And they
Nobody
didn't listen
listened
to
to
you.
me.
So that did not feel like 12 minutes.
Don't contradict me.
I'm pretty sure these guys aren't even human. Yeah, for real.
keyboardist-
They were really, really good.
Holy moly. This band,
They're so different. Each song.
well, yeah. I that's the thing.
I wouldn't have thought they were the same band if I didn't know that they were.
Correct. Sadat. Like, it completely different. Like, and you know, somebody said something about this band that I think it was Rip. I forgot who it was, but they basically said, with this band, I go from saying, holy shit, that's crazy, to what the hell are they doing?
That's good.
And I'm like, okay, yeah,
That's good.
that's kind of where I'm at with this band, bro.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, for me, like, I was just having this conversation with one of my friends who's in a band, you know, whatever. And, like, we just said, man, I just like metal, man. Like, I like heavy shit. I like to move around. I like energetic music. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
I love that calorie burning shit. Like, I do. And this guy was saying, that he likes the melodic shit, and he's responsible. Well, see, he's also responsible for a lot of the heavy shit in the band too. But he's a real humble dude, so he's like, yeah, I like the melodic stuff too, blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, man, but I just like the melodic stuff is fine to like give yourself a break. Like, we've got one like in the middle of a song, and it's like right as about the time I would get tired. You know, we had the little break, and that I said all that functions for me is just to recharge. I'm not doing that because like it worked out in the song. I think it's a pretty cool little section.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, for sure.
But you know, I just did that because like I'm thinking about playing it live and like knowing that okay. But I just love the heavy shit, man. And it's weird because for some reason I had a perception of Dream Theater that they were not a heavy band.
Yeah, I did not
Maybe
know.
it's because they're a prog band. I'm like, man, prog guys aren't heavy, man. They're
Yeah.
just, they're just scientists, mad scientists out there doing all that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, I totally do.
But these
totally
guys
do.
kind of force you. What I like about this band, and I'm not even like, I wouldn't call myself a fan yet. But what I like about this band is that in the last 2 or 3 songs, there have been like moments where I'm like, yes, I love this shit, let's go, and then they slip something in, and then your brain because a lot of this has to do with like neurology, to be honest with you. Like, so when we first heard black metal, like first wave, first generation mayhem level black metal, we were like, what is this?
Oh yeah, we were completely confused.
Go back and look at the Freezing Moon review.
It's like the Judas Priest thing.
Yeah. So, but it's really what they strategic. I almost feel like it's a strategy to where like these guys are such brilliant musicians, so they want to like. We just got done listening to. We haven't published it yet, but Zonia's was it Symphony 9 or something like that, and like. The whole thing, obvious. I mean, it's he's one of these classical musicians, right? I mean,
Yep.
So like you're going into it, right? Like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna listen to a metal band, so like there's a chug-a-lug, whatever. But then they slip in all this other artistry and all these other soundscapes, and they're almost world building with their instruments. And like I think that's pretty cool. And part of me feels like it's almost like on purpose. Like, all right, we're gonna lure you in with this chugga-lugga stuff, and then we're gonna like expand your template. But then there was like one little middle section where it got really heavy, but that bassist was unconscious. Like what he was doing was insane.
And this again was a live show, and anytime there's a live show, there's sound issues, there's quality control,
Right.
there's so many different things.
Right.
And they obviously nailed it. It was
Right.
amazing.
Well,
I
vocally-
can't believe what
Vocally, I thought that
they should have been louder.
yeah, like I think the mix was cool because I love instrumentation, but he was getting drowned out, I thought.
You know what? You're probably right because I didn't even hear him. All I heard was the instruments.
Yeah.
Like in my mind, that was the assessment that I had made.
Yeah.
But I mean, okay, other than that, I thought it was so good. And like I said, I would not have known that this was Dream Theater because of the songs that we just listened to. And
Thanks,
you know,
Eric.
how I felt about those songs. But this one was so good.
275 has arrived. Shout out to 275 Ranger. Okay. Actually, I think that lyrically this probably matches 275's life story. Let's see. Okay, so read the lyrics. Let's see how close we are to 275.
Hello, Mirror. So glad to see you, my friend. It's been a while. Searching, fearless. Where do I begin to heal this wound of self-denial? Face yourself, man. Brace yourself and trace your hell back. You've been blinded, living like a one-way cold existence all the while. Now it's time to stare the problem right between the eyes, you long-lost child. I want to feel your body breaking, want to feel your body breaking and shaking and left in the cold. I want to heal your conscious making, a change to fix this dying soul, this dying soul, this dying soul. Born into this world, a broken home, surrounded by love, yet all alone. Forced into a life that's split in two, a mother and a father both pulling you. Is that when they pit the kids against each other when their parents get divorced?
Sounds like a post-divorce type situation. Yeah.
Then you had to deal with loss and death. Everybody thinking they knew the best. Coping with this shit at such an age can only fill a kid with pain and rage. Family disease pumped through your blood, never had the chance you thought you could. Running all the while with no escape, turning all that pain into blame and hate. That happens a lot where kids will turn it into blame and hate. Like they blame their parents for everything. They hate their parents. Everything's their parents' fault. Like nothing, they're not culpable for anything that they do. It's always their parents' fault.
Yep.
Living on your own by 21. Not a single care and having fun. Consuming all the life in front of you, burning out the fuse and smoking the residue. Oh. Possessive obsessions, selfish childish games, vengeful resentments, passing all the blame.
Well, let's
Stop there.
Yeah. So it sounds like a kid, parents, divorce, whole nine yards.
it looks like he doesn't want to face everything that's happened, but he has to turn back and face it.
Yeah, it sounds like something your counselor would tell you or your therapist would tell you when you're denying. Because that was a common thing that we used to do when we were growing up. We had this counselor. Shout out to Bob. Bob was a therapist. He's a family therapist. Did I tell you all those stories? yeah. Shout out to the homie. Yeah, and me and my older brother, we had this penchant for saying, and Bob would be like, no, this is not good. You made a bunch of friends, and then your parents randomly decide to move you away from all of them.
Yeah.
You have no say in the matter. You what do you mean? You guys have moved around. You've done 4 schools in a year. That's not normal. Like,
That's
what do you
awful.
mean? And so he went down with our biography and just started talking all,
Were you surprised when he went through that?
I was.
It like, because sometimes I feel like you don't recognize how much you've been through.
I was surprised. I was surprised, and it was funny because I would listen to him, and I was like, wow, this guy really thinks that all this stuff is that bad. Like that. That's kind of like the way that I looked at it.
Sad.
And to this day, I'm still not completely sure I agree with him. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I do.
Because, at the end of the day, he was talking from his, how he would interpret being, that kind of a lifestyle.
Yeah, but you have to say, if your parent ups and moves you just got friends and they upped and moved you, and it was in the middle of their conflict, then there's way too much just floating around, way too much in the air. In other words, if you have a good solid family unit and you all move together to another location, I don't think that that's as tragic for a kid as the mom's in a bad relationship, she's trying to run from that relationship, she's trying to patch herself, fix herself, whatever, and then she just grabs you guys and you go. That's a lot more of like, because there's nothing stable there. The stability of your friends, the stability of your parents, the stability of where you are, there's nothing. Everything's moving.
Yeah, but
this is his trauma speaking. Go ahead, Vin.
Well, I'm not certain that, because I did have stability. Like, my older brother was a, stalwart. He was there all the time. Like, so that's the thing for me is like, because I hear what you're saying, but then I think about the way you grew up, and we just recently had a conversation about an hour ago, and I'm like. We were talking to somebody who kind of came up similarly, and I'm like, everybody's got pathologies. They're all over the place. But I think when a person grows up like me, and there's a lot of fireworks, and there's, guns, and whatever, and whatever, like, it's, oh my God, it's your trauma speaking. But I'm like, well, I mean, there have been other people that live completely... regular suburban lives. They never move. They have all the stability in the world, and they seem pretty traumatized to me. You know what I'm saying? So when I was like in my 20s, I kind of agreed with Bob. But then as I began to see how, because I always had this like, oh, like if I lived in the suburbs, you know what I'm saying? Like the whole focus on the family thing, then yeah. But then I got up here, and I'm like, wait a second. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I'm like...
because at least, like, in the hood or whatever, you're like, that's a dysfunctional family. There's something wrong there. You know what I mean? Like, it's very obvious, and you can just see it. It's, you know what I mean? Nobody's hiding it from anybody. Oh, look, the cops just showed up. Whatever. But in suburbia, if there's a messed up childhood or messed up life, everything's covered over. Nobody talks about it or tells about it. And, I think that there's a lot of abuse that can happen in those environments, because everybody is just trying to keep their mouth closed so that way they can look like they're a certain way.
Yeah, 275 says, and I kind of knew it just because like all those guys were all the same. It's unbelievable. My pops KO'd me when I was a kid, but while complicated, I'm over it and have forgiven him for that shit. It's life. Life is messy and shitty sometimes.
KO'd?
Knocked him out. Boom.
Oh my gosh.
Physically abusive, yeah. But few things are beyond the pale in my opinion. And,
between a parent and the child, what they'll endure. Is that what he means?
Well, beyond the pale as in, oh, I'm never going to talk to you again, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I just think that,
Yikes.
Like, for me, well, look at 275, right? Like, he he then took that pain and whatever. I'm sure I was certain that he didn't have a camping trip growing up, and you know, he and I have never had one of those deep bro conversations like me and DJ had, but not me and 275. But I just knew, just because it's just a template.
Yeah.
Like all those dudes that was around, none of us can. As a matter of fact, like you know, I've shared the story straight up. It was like, you know, when I was doing my psych eval, and you know, they were like, "Oh, the stuff with your parents or whatever," and I was like certain that was going to be the end of me, and it's like all of us had problems with our fathers. All of us had those issues. So that's why I'm saying, like, I understand where you're coming from. You're looking at my situation, and I'm like, I don't really, because to me it was like, we were real with each other. We knew what was going on, especially me. I was the middle child, so I was allowed to just be bad. Everybody expected me to be bad. So if I didn't like something, I'd be like, fuck this shit. I would never curse around my mom, but I would still communicate to where people knew, like, okay, Vincent isn't happy. You know what I'm saying? So, like, that's why I'm saying, like, I'm not sure. Like, I'll say this: I would have much rather grown up the way I grew up than the way you grew up. Like, not even like,
Yeah.
and shit, I'll say this: I'd much rather my kids grow up the way they've grown up than the way you grew up. So, oh yeah, not even close. Oh wow. I couldn't bear to have my son not be a man. That would be very hard for me.
Yeah.
I just like, that's very, very important. You know what I'm saying? So I and plus the other stuff like that. So I understand how you could have that perception, and to you it's like this big shocking thing. To me, it's a no-brainer. So I don't know, like, I don't think I'll ever know, like, what the actual line is. Like, okay, this is you being healthy. I'm talking to myself now. This is you being healthy, looking at the situation and saying, like 275 said, yeah, man, shit wasn't fun. I didn't have fun all the time, but I mean, I don't think I've run into anybody that wouldn't say that they had some dysfunction or a broken home. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you guys like the pinnacle of in your little ecosystem, and you guys were the pinnacle. So
yeah, but I didn't think that we had issues.
Well, that's my point. You know what I'm saying? Like, our issues are so blatant and obvious that it's like, oh my God, this poor family. But I'm like, yeah, but you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I don't know. But like I said, it sounds like a therapist or whatever, and you know, that's, you know. And then 275 says, my father gave me the strongest life lessons I've ever had. Again, it's complicated. He once told me, if you do what's right as a man, you'll do what's right as a soldier. See? Like, and that shit is real, because especially you have opportunities to do a lot of evil shit depending on what grouping you're in, what unit you're in, and what the mission profile looks like. And you got a lot of opportunities to not be a good person as a soldier. And
yeah, I can imagine.
You know, lines get blurred, and there's a a guy told me, he's like, you just need to give yourself a lot of. Anyway, so living on your own by 21. Again, that doesn't seem like that bad I was on my own at 18. You know what I'm saying? Like, not a single care, having fun, consuming all life in front of you, burning out the fuse and smoking the residue. This guy can write. Yeah. Burning out the fuse and smoking the residue. Brilliant. Possessive obsession, selfish, childish games, vengeful resentments, passing all the blame. This dude is he's rapping. Like, there are a couple points in this song where the dude was rapping. Like, it's unbelievable to me. Like, I said in the previous song too, I was like, oh, this is like hip hop level shit. I didn't know that this dude was rapping. What year was this? No, I'm serious. Like, this dude is like literally, like, his rhyme scheme I recognize. 2003. That was okay. New metal was dying, was like on the way out. That was like the back end of new metal.
Oh yeah, fast rap, it says.
Yeah. Yeah. Holy moly. That, you know, so this is a song, I'm assuming it's autobiographical about his journey and, you know, how he got to the point, you know, the tormenting ghosts of yesterday.
Look at what he said. These tormenting ghosts of yesterday will vanish when exposed. You can't hold on to your secrets. They'll only send you back alone.
Yeah.
That's crazy, huh?
Yeah. And I just think, man, like, you know, some of these kids are dying in their 20s.
Yeah.
These rappers, like, they keep dying in their 20s. Big died in his 20s. Pac died in his 20s. Vaughn, Duck, all these people died in their 20s. And it's really weird. Like, it's weird, like a new sort of way of interpreting my life in the past once I hit my 30s. Mm-hmm. Because you see so much more stuff.
Oh, yeah.
But when these kids keep dying in their 20s, they don't get to get to that point, you know, where your mind goes, wait a second, because it is a different level of maturity when you hit that age. It just is. And I'm sure when we get to our, you know, late 30s and then we get to our 40s, we're going to even have more knowledge. And that's why, like, you look at a guy like Brady and people are like, yo, how is he playing at 43? And it's like, well, think about it. He says, I know all the answers to the test. He's like, I've seen everything. I've seen every scheme. I've seen everything. And now he's got, you know, really good. So that's when you start to figure out life. That's when you start to figure it out. Mm-hmm. And it's like, holy shit, dude, you've been playing football your entire life, 20 years in the NFL. You're just now saying you have the answers to the test. And so now he's saying, well, why would I leave? Like, he's figured it out. And, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, and the same thing with, you know, our community and suicide and all that, especially in male communities. Like, bro, give yourself a shot. Mm-hmm. Get to 35. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Get to 35 and then start talking about, you know, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to give yourself a chance. But, you know, it's kind of like when you were in high school and then the older kids, the 20-year-olds, show up in the cars and tell you, like, yo, man, just get out of school. You're going to be all right. It's the same thing. Like, when you're in your 20s, like, just get out of your 20s, man. Mm-hmm. Get out of your 20s, girl, and you're going to be, you know, I'm not going to say all your problems are you're just going to get different perspectives the older you get, and the more you see other people's lives and things like that, the more you're like, you know, wait a second here. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So that's what I'm saying is, like, you got to give yourself a shot. You got to give yourself a shot. I always feel like simplicity coupled with complexity makes the best, most interesting music. Magua does this as well. Really advanced percussion, etc., etc. I love Magua. Hopefully it's on somebody's short list. All right, what do you give this song? I really like this song. It really, like, pushes you for introspection.
Giving this one, my computer just froze up here. I am giving this one a 9.9, actually.
9.9?
Yeah, I like this one a lot.
I'm giving it a 9.8. Rest in peace to Juice WRLD. Yeah, a lot of young dudes dying in their 20s, unfortunately. Shout out to Juice WRLD, though. 9.9 says DJ Mike. This was a tight song. Tight song. Mm-hmm. Really, really good one. All right, dear listener. If you're in the stream, stay tuned. We're coming right back with another banger. If you're not in the stream, shame on you. We heap shame upon thee. We should get that as like a soundtrack thing.
There's so many things we could do.
Yeah, there's so many things we could do. There you are, dear listener. Vin out.
Sori out.
Gone. All right, what's next, guys?
After
what's
Halloween
next?
this year, we should go out and get a prop box.
After Halloween, we should not. I thought we were gonna get the crock box or the crock pot or whatever you called it. I thought we were gonna do that shit like today, actually.
We could. It'll just be more options and also cheaper if you wait after Halloween.
Oh, we're ending with King Diamond. Opeth is next. I think this is another one. This is another one of those. WACKYTOR, bro. You know what I think? WACKYTOR. I think Sori would have given that other Dream Theater song a higher score if we would have had this one as our first song. That's what I think.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Because you'd have been on that high. Because you came in cold from the one. Because it was the first song. So you'd have been on that high from what do you call it? All right. All right, guys. We're coming right back. Well done, WACKYTOR. Well done on this one. Holy moly. You did a really, really good job. 275. People actually did talk about the drummer from the dude from Metal Church. A lot of people have been talking about it. So, I hear you, though. Rest in peace to the homie.
All right.
All right, guys. We got to shoot a commercial. We shall return. Y'all didn't know I had that voice. Was it scary? Tell the truth. And you told me I should.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at insori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is a community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord,
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
and they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Vin and Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch. Buy our merch.
And the child shall lead them to buy our merch.
Yes.
If you have bought our merch, by the way, send us an email with a picture of you in it, vinandsori@gmail.com.
You may be able to be debuted in our videos.
You may be able to be featured.
What's the difference?
Featured in our video.
What's the difference
because the
between
debut means nobody's seen you before, and then, So, like, if Ian does something, like, it wouldn't be his debut, but we would feature him.
This is what happens when you're married to a smart person.
Huh? What do you mean?
You got the point, but then it's like, go down into the word. You know what I mean? Like, oh, it's not technically a debut.
No, I don't.
Like most people that would
Don't
send
know
us
what
the
you're
thing have not had picture put out publicly.
I just think you're just not used to people disagreeing with you because
true.
Because you're so pretty.
Am I?
And nobody disagrees with you. Nobody disagrees with you. Okay, also, guys, we have a person in our village by the name of Tina, and Tina is, what is it? Oh, a little help from my friends. Isn't that what it is?
Sure.
So Tina is somebody very important to us in our family, literally and villageally. Literally and vigilally. And there's a GoFundMe going for her, so we're gonna put that in all of our thingamajiggies. And so once we do that, guys, we're gonna put it here, so you can see here. That's the site. That's what it looks like, and we're gonna have it at the bottom left of the screen. Okay, and that's what it looks like. So we'll have it for this song, and then we'll put that in the thingamajiggy because Tina's important to us. If you can help, please do. Having said that, you beautiful people,
I think you should periodically just copy and paste the link and just periodically throw it in the chat during the song.
Yep, I will take the link and put it in the chat as well. But enough of that, dear listener. We want to hear some metal.
Opeth.
This
Coil
is the band
and Heir Apparent.
Is it that's the name of it? Oh, okay. Is this another 2-song banger?
Yeah.
Is that the situation?
Mm-hmm. He said, I like these songs together because of the vast contrast in the beginning of the album.
Okay.
Do you have that link?
So we've got Coil and we've got Heir Apparent side by side in a single song. Dear listener, please don't believe that you can do something like this. The WACKYTOR has already paid for all of these songs. So it's not like he snuck anything in or whatever. And it's not because, you know, we've known him for over a year. Has it been over a year? It's been almost 2 years. WACKYTOR has been like one of our OGs.
Been around, yeah.
WACKYTOR has been one of our OGs. So we always reserve the right to augment our policies. Say it that way.
Right.
We reserve the right to always augment our policies to do what we want.
Basically, I've said this before. It's our channel, and we'll do whatever the hell we want. That's my way of saying it.
Opeth.
She told me why. She told me lies. Always take care of it. I told her how I've always stayed. Always waited for nothing. When I get out of here, when I leave you behind, I found that the years passed us by. When I get out of here, when I leave you behind, I found that the years passed us by. And I can see you.
Whoa.
Right into the fields of sorrow. Yes, I can see you. Right into the fields of sorrow.
When you get out of here,
A girl.
you leave me behind. You find that the years passed us by. When you get out of here, when you leave me behind, you find that those years passed us by. And I can see you riding through the fields of sorrow. Yes, I can see you riding through the fields of sorrow.
This is the next song. Marching to Mordor with this shit, bro. Boom, boom, boom. Do me.
Whoa.
bro. Noise, glorious noise.
So full. Wow. 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 That is crazy. I totally see why you want it both played so you can see the contrast of the two different ways they play. That's crazy.
It just attacks you. Dissonance, WACKYTOR says. He summed it up in one word. That song just, the second one, when it goes into Heir Apparent.
Oh my gosh.
It just completely assaults you. You're not ready for it. Why didn't you warn me? Bitch.
Say bitch.
Yeah, I did. Bitch. That was brilliant what they did. And I was really getting stuck in the lyrics of Coil. And I was drawn in by the fact that they had the girl singer. Give me a Pepsi, little homie. They had the girl.
That door open.
They had the girl singer, and so I was like, "Oh, I've never heard this before with Opeth. Oh, they got a girl in the band." And I was like, "Oh," and then it's a nice little,
yes,
acoustic thing, and then it was like massively doomy.
Yeah.
And then I was like, "All right, bro." I'm trudging through Mordor, bro. Me and Frodo, we're about to do this shit. You know what I'm saying?
Excuse me.
Shout out to Becky. Thanks for making a stream, yo. What happened? Sorry, Becky, I think Sori banned you. I think is what happened.
I did not. How ridiculous! And she would never believe such a stupid lie.
Yeah, because Sori, you stay banning people though. Like you banned the homie Ben Webb.
Well, I didn't ban him this time.
I am not responsible.
No, I only put him on timeouts, and I have no problem telling someone I banned them if I did.
It was probably one of the mods.
That's what I think.
I think it was one of the mods.
I think Brian Walker somehow found his way in there. Remember how much he hates Ben?
Yes.
Anytime Ben puts anything, he's like, ugh.
Yeah, but we didn't make him an admin.
No, I know. I'm just teasing. It was
You
just
noticed
a joke.
though,
Ben, it was a joke.
You noticed that once Ben was gone, we didn't see Brian?
And there's that.
So there's that.
Anyway. So
holy moly, this band, man. I didn't like this band. The first song, as a matter of fact,
yeah, that's right. You did.
Opeth was the band that turned me against PROG. That's why when we went to the Niabla Viscara show, all the people were like, "Yo, fuck you, Vin." It was all in good fun, but they were like, "Yo,
that's weird.
You were wrong on Opeth." So yeah, like Opeth is they're the band that really turned me against those folks. They really did. Well, against the whole prog.
Well, now you seem like you're coming back.
It was like the Barking Dogs or something. It was some song. It was like right at the beginning of the channel, and then at the end they just kept going dun 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 dun, and they did it for like 2 minutes. I'm like, why would you do that? Like they didn't do anything.
Isn't that Harlequin Forest?
Harlequin Forest, you remembered. Yeah, and you were like, "Oh, I love this song," and like I went completely ballistic. I gave it like a 3 or something.
I know. I couldn't even believe that. I was like so open to it.
And it was crazy because I enjoyed the first part of that song.
Matter of fact, I enjoyed it.
And yeah, I enjoyed it. And then after that, I was like, "Yo, this shit is whack." Bro.
Yeah.
And then after that, I was completely turned off prog. Every time somebody would put something up, they'd be like, "Oh, it's a prog band." I'm like, "Man, fuck those guys, bro." But both of these songs, like put together, like. I'm not trying to get you guys to do that, but it's really cool to do that back to back. I'll just say it that way. You should revisit Harlequin Forest. You gave it a 3, which is an actual crime. Sori gave it a 10. And then WACKYTOR found us through the Harlequin Forest review. And everybody's saying,
really?
Yeah, everybody's saying you need to re-listen to that. I am not going to listen to Harlequin Forest again. I refuse. Are you?
I gave Peace Sells a what? Is a mustache. Would you like it?
No. Pink Floyd is prog. Okay, Pink Floyd is prog. Yeah, that's different to me, man. That's like saying Michael Jordan's a basketball player. Pink Floyd is like, they're not prog. They're Pink Floyd.
Oh my word! You can't categorize them.
I can.
Literally, they have their own category.
Pink Floyd is by themselves.
Pink Floyd. Then you have Black and Death. You know, like everybody has their own categories. But Pink Floyd is their own category.
Here's Senior Clay. You judged all metal through Korn back then. No. I definitely would say. You did
kind of.
I would say that my ignorance of metal was shown mostly through Painkiller. I would say I would
for sure. I mean,
I would definitely go with you there. I've listened to literally thousands of songs from literally dozens and maybe hundreds of genres of metal on this channel. I still hate Harlequin Forest to this day. Those last 2 minutes, done.
Yeah, he still talks about it.
I still talk about it to this day.
Yeah.
So I'm with you.
Sometimes we'll be in a fight. At the end of the fight, he's like, "And you liked Harlequin Forest."
Yeah. Yeah, like we'll fight. I'm like, "What do you know about it? You like that song Harlequin Forest."
And I'll be like, "What do you know about it? You didn't like it."
You didn't like the song Harlequin Forest, correct. So, no.
So nobody wins.
But Coil and Heir Apparent are masterpieces. She told me why. She told me lies. That's
always
what y'all
take
do.
Care of this. I told
always
you how.
Take care of this. I told her how. I always stayed. Always waiting for nothing.
Oh, God.
When I get out of here, when I leave you behind, I'll find that the years passed us by. When I get out of here, when I leave you behind, I'll find that the years passed us by. And I can see you running through the fields of sorrow. Yes, I can see you running through the fields of sorrow.
That is so friggin' sad.
And then the girl sings, when you get out of here, when you leave me behind, you'll find that the years passed us by. When you get out of here, when you leave me behind, you'll find the years passed us by.
I think that when you don't give your whole heart to someone, you can find that the years passed you by. Because you held back. But I don't think that's what they're talking about. I think that...
Starting to see a little theme. I'm starting to see a little theme here.
No, it's scary.
Dudes are putting out, and the girls are just screwing up the relationships like they always do.
No.
He said, I stayed waiting for nothing. So when I get out of here and I leave you behind, I'll find the years passed us by. That's always actually been one of my biggest fears, man, is to wake up. I think it was American Beauty. We've never seen that movie. We probably should watch it together. But there's this movie, American Beauty, and the girl was saying, she said her greatest fear was being normal or average or something like that. So that line stuck with me. But there was another line that stuck with me where somebody says, you know, you wake up and all of a sudden you're 45 and blah, 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 blah. And it was basically like you're just going through life and then you wake up and you're middle-aged and, you know, whatever. Yep. And I remember being a kid, I was like, I don't know, 14, 15. New York used to have this thing called the Dollar Theater. So Shorty found it, and it was literally $1. Mm-hmm. Like you literally, it was like it was old movies though, right? It was like movies that have been out of the theaters for like 3 months, but we found this place in New York, in Manhattan, and it was like 87. It was just random, and Shorty had found it, so we went there, and we went to these movies or whatever. So that was a thing. It was the three of us. It was me, Reef, and her, and that was the line. That line stuck with me, that whole thing. And it was funny because I went and talked to my mom, and I'm like, So like, are you? Because she always told me she was 33. Every time she had a birthday, she was 33. So like, literally until I was like 20 years old, I thought my mom was like in her 30s. I swear to God, wallahi. And it was one time I was randomly at my computer and I was like, wait a second.
Really?
Yeah. I was like, there's no way in hell she could still be 30. No way. Then I called my brother. I was like, yo, bro, Ma can't be 30. It's my older brother's a junior. He was like, yeah, Vin, she hasn't been 30 for quite some time. And I was like, you knew that shit the whole time? He was like, what are you talking about?
You didn't know it the whole time?
I'm like, nigga, we were celebrating her birthday and shit. We say, how old are you? She'd say 30, and you just went with that shit? He's like, bro, she was 30 the year before, too. Is that how numbers work, nigga? And he hung up the phone.
Really?
I promise you, he hung up the phone. He wouldn't pick up the phone after calling back. But that was like a big thing, man. Like, I don't want to, like, so that fear drove me so much. Like, now that I look back, it was actually like looking at this song and that line, I'm like, that fear was such a motivator for me. I didn't want to be average, and I didn't want to wake up at like 45 in my whole life. You know what I'm saying? And I think I've accomplished that. You know what I'm saying? Like,
oh, absolutely.
There was a little stretch where I didn't think I'd see 45, and I was completely at peace with that. But now I'm pretty certain, inshallah, I'll see 45, and I'm okay with that. I'm good because I feel like I've done, you know, I've lived. I haven't sleepwalked through life. I really haven't.
You haven't slept at all.
That's a good point. I really haven't done much sleeping. Period. So I'm actually very grateful for this. So that's what was going through my head when I heard that song, because that's such a powerful line. Mm-hmm. When I get out of here and I leave you behind, I'll find the years pass us by. And this is again what we were talking about in the chorus. Like, when you're trying to build something, you know, if you're just in a relationship, just to be in a relationship, you don't want to be lonely. Mm-hmm. That's one thing. But when you're going intentionally to build something with a person, it becomes very, very difficult to just throw it away. Mm-hmm. If you're just there casually, okay, we'll get together, we'll hang out with each other, have a couple kids, blah, 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 then it's kind of easier to walk away. But when you're like really trying to build, it's very difficult. So he's saying, all right, I'm leaving, blah, blah, blah. But notice he's saying he was waiting. So when he says waiting for nothing, he's saying, obviously, you know,
there's no change happening. So
right.
Yeah.
Right. Which is very, very difficult. And then it goes into the very next song. So let's jump there unless you have any other...
No. The Fields of Sorrow part was really sad. Because I felt like that was because he knew her really well. I can see you running through the Fields of Sorrow.
Yeah, I mean... I knew that about Shorty. Mm-hmm. Like, but the thing was, we were in high school, so we met each other in high school. So I knew that because she was always trying to sabotage the relationship, always trying to break us up. And obviously, when we were kids, it was different. But you know, now we're adults and things, and like I just knew, and I'd tell her like, the stuff that you're doing, like, most dudes are not going to tolerate that and still, like, be in a relationship with you.
So he admits it.
Huh?
I said, so he admits it.
Admits what? I've said it a million times.
Yeah, but before I was like, well, she was doing some extra next level. And then, okay, anyway, just carry on.
Yeah, I think everybody on the channel would say that I've characterized that way. We'll talk about that offline, though, because I'm genuinely curious what you're talking about. But, like... I would, and it's hard because it sounds very self-serving, but I tell her, like, yo, trust me, like, it's not a dime a dozen, like, I'm telling you. And, you know, then later on, you know, we had a postmortem, like, what went wrong, blah, blah, blah. And then she said, like, yeah, I just thought that you were, you know, I thought I'd find it, you know, I'd be able to replace you and whatever. And then she couldn't, so she was sad. And it was crazy because it wasn't one of these like spike the football moments for me. I was like extremely sad. It was like one of those things where your worst fear comes to fruition because, you know, I knew it, and she knows about me, like whether or not we were together. She knows about me that when I hit a point of no return with somebody, like, that's it. She knows that. So I think she also knew that I was never going to not, like, completely cut her off or whatever. Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure she knew that I was never going to do that. But she did know the nature of that relationship that way was over forever. I'm sure she knew that. So.
At what point? When she said that? When
she left. She knows me pretty well. She knew me pretty well. She knew when she left, that was pretty much it.
You shouldn't do that.
So. But it's funny because you have a different interpretation of her actions and things like that. And I'm not invalidating that. I'm just saying, like, you just keep getting placed in these impossible situations that are you know. And I've been in some pretty impossible situations myself. Mm-hmm. So it's one of those things. But yeah.
Yeah. That's very interesting.
What do you mean by that?
I think now she has that understanding, but I'm not sure that she did back then. I feel like that back then she didn't really think it was over. Just like when you said, okay, we're not having another one of those meetings. And she was like, well, you know,
yeah,
I feel like that
you interpret those actions a lot differently than I do. Because you read yourself into people, so you would plan something like that. But what ended up happening was on the drive, somebody said a whole bunch of new information that set her off and completely sent her into a tizzy, and she was having an episode. But you don't understand what that looks like, so you didn't understand she was having an episode. So you thought there was all this logic and manipulation happening in the gears, and that's not what was going on. It was just this person did something, completely set her off, and it was going to be impossible for her to come down unless X or Y thing happened. But I hear you. But again, that creates the kind of very hard, difficult conversations that obviously we're still having. Mm-hmm. So then the next song is Heir Apparent. So Coil is about a breakup between two lovers, I'm supposing. Mm-hmm. And then Heir Apparent, I just assumed was about a child, namely a son, because, you know, Heir Apparent. Long days, slow ways, so lies, so hate. Smart again! Mm-hmm. So many years to clean the slate, endless despair within its wake, his touch soiling what used to be clean, his gaze burning on the edge of our dreams, no more long days, long days. And again, he rides in at September and he covets the gullible. Smart. Skeletal wish hunter, 1,000 lies cast from the throne of secrecy. Hear him spewing forth a meaning to miserable lies. Hear him spewing forth a meaning to miserable lies. Jesus. See the twisted hand of doubt seal the affair. The insect trusts believer. Your body a vehicle to house his disease.
Jesus.
Okay, so this to me is the son who is speaking to his mother.
Really?
And yeah, because your body a vehicle to house his disease. Mm-hmm. So I'm assuming that he's talking to his mom. Who would that be? Whose body would be a vehicle to house?
Oh, yeah, I think that he's talking the song is talking about the mother, but I guess I thought it was... Oh, actually, you know what? Now that I'm about to say this out loud, I recognize that this might not be everybody's. Does your life kind of narrate? Like, in your head, do you hear a narration sometimes of your own life?
No. Like, okay. How does that work?
As I was just saying it, I started realizing that that's probably something that's kind of unique to me and not, you know, like, I hear it, like, in third person. Like, let's say something really, really tragic happened and I collapsed beneath an oak tree and there was some dramatic thing happening. And then I could hear that in the back of my head and she collapsed beneath the oak tree with the, you know what I mean? Like it kind of like, it's like there's a story being told and it's a meta narrative, you know, like when the character recognizes the story. Yeah. So I'm like that a lot in my own life.
No, only you do that. Only you do that.
Okay, well then never mind the point because I was trying to make a point that I thought everybody was going to.
No, go ahead and do it anyway.
I thought that's what the song was doing. It was the narrative that she hears. And again, he rides in. It's September, and he covets the gullible. Like, it's almost her own narrative of what's happening. So the guy that she's with is coming back, and he covets the gullible because he goes all over the place and does stuff with all kinds of different people. And he covets. They're all gullible. They all think that they're the one. They're the one that's going to change him, and nobody is. And then it says, hold on. Skeletal wish hunter, 1,000 lies cast from the throne of secrecy. So he just keeps like spewing her lies, and it's coming from his throne of secrecy. He's got so much secrecy, it's unbelievable. Hear him spewing forth a meaning to miserable lies. You know how somebody will be telling you a lie? So for instance, there was this person that, I told them, don't, never be in somebody's vehicle, blah, 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 and then they did get in someone's vehicle. But when I asked them about it, why were you in that person's vehicle, they went into this big long story. There was a ton of detail in it. Actually made a lot of logical sense when the person broke down their lie, but it turned out the whole thing was a lie, start to finish.
Who? Oh, yeah. You could have said that.
Yeah, so like start to finish, the whole thing.
That was Dorian. He went in some strange person's car.
He was trying to make a money thing. Like, he found this bed frame. He was walking back from his job, and he found this bed frame, and he said, "I'll snatch that up and I'll sell it on eBay or Facebook or something."
Shout out to Vicarious Jambi. Shout out to the homie.
When he did. He was trying to like bring all these pieces of a queen size bed frame back to our place. He came up with this big elaborate lie. And so this guy pulls over and picked him up. Yeah. And so I was like, I saw the stuff. I'm like, how did you get that back here? And then he was like, oh, and then he created this big giant, it was just this big giant lie. So it reminded me, hear him spewing forth a meaning to his miserable lies. Like, he's got lies that he's told, and now he's trying to bring meaning to them to make them make sense.
Yep.
She see the twisted hand of doubt seal the affair. So, no, not she. See the twisted hand of doubt seal the affair. The insect trust believer, your body a vehicle to house his disease. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, she recognizes it now. She knows that he's going after the gullibles. She knows that he's lying. She knows everything that's going on, and then she recognizes that her body is a vehicle to house his disease. That could be a double. That could be like the way that he is, and he's so bad at having a relationship and not like creating that oneness with her because he keeps going out on her, that she within herself has to bear the brunt of that pain. And so she's calling it like a disease, or the narrative within herself is calling it a disease. Or it's literally he's going around with so many people, he caught something, and now he's given it to her, and she knows definitively now that he went out on her.
Yeah,
and he's showing back up, and she hasn't told him yet, I have this disease. So he goes on all these stories and these lies and all that because he doesn't realize that she caught him dead to rights. Now she got checked out. It's obvious she has that, and she knows definitively she didn't cheat or didn't go with anyone else. But now she has this random disease. She knows he cheated.
Yeah.
So he's coming back, and that's all that's happening.
It's amazing how our experiences, about... I'll just say 10 years ago to make it 12 years ago in evangelicalism, there was this thing called the emerging church. Mm-hmm. Hey, Tina. By the way, guys, the GoFundMe subject we talked about, boom, that's her right there, Tina Benina. Tina
Do you
Banks.
install that link so you can command via?
Yep. But so anyways, emerging church is a big thing, and their thing was, how does the church relate in a postmodern world? And one of the things they said was that, and I disagreed with them, but it was very interesting, was that basically the idea was you cannot ever get to an actual objective interpretation of the Bible because we as Western, we are so layered into our, whether it's your current context, which is, like, for example, language is one. So you speak English. Mm-hmm. Bible's written in Hebrew and Greek.
Yep.
So it's a whole line of challenging there to interpret the text correctly. Yeah. Right? So there are all these things, and their idea was you're never going to be able to come up with an objective understanding of what the Bible is saying because you're always going to read your experiences into it. So if you go back to the song, your exegesis of these lyrics makes a ton of sense, and I completely disagree with you, but it makes a ton of sense. But a lot of that has to do with your experience and my experience. So my experience is, so the title of the song is Heir Apparent. Mm-hmm. And that's usually about a son. So I'm listening to you break this down. I'm like, what the hell does that have to do with the title of the song? Right? So that's why I'm saying like the narrator is a dude. I take this as almost like a Hamlet type figure. So Hamlet, it was a really interesting song. So the play, it's actually my favorite Shakespearean play, honestly. Like that was in my head like 24/7 right before I went to the hospital.
Oh wow.
Like I was quoting, "Are you honest? Are you fair?" Like I would quote that, just quote all of Hamlet's lines, because Hamlet, he had this like seething rage underneath everything. And of course, she had the famous "to be or not to be, that is the question, was nobler in the mind, blah, 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 blah," right? So there are a lot of good one-liners from Hamlet. But the main thing that I related to Hamlet on was his dad had died and his mother remarried too quickly in Hamlet's mind. And so there was this like resentment toward his mom, missing his dad, thinking about death all the time, hating his stepdad and all the rest. So that was a template that I was using. So when it says your body of equal houses disease, I didn't interpret that as an STD. I interpreted that as she got pregnant. So this new guy, the new dad comes in, or the stepfather comes in, and now, he's very, very abusive. And the reason I got that was because in the previous song, the man was leaving the woman. But in the next song, the woman is back in a relationship again, but it's now the man is a bad guy. But in the previous song, she was the bad guy. So what I got from that was, okay, so after the first song, the guy's like, "I'm going to leave you, blah, blah, blah." He leaves, he finds greener pastures. She remarries or whatever, but the guy that she remarries is terrible. He's horrible, he's abusive, and he jumps on her gullibility. It's September, he covets a gullible. Why he mentions a specific month, I'm simply speculating. Maybe later on in the album, it'll be October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May, June. So maybe there'll be a birth in June, so that you make the connection. So that's what I looked for. And it seems that he resents his mother for being part of all that, which is really interesting, because I went through that for a while, because my mom, at some points in the relationship with my stepdad, it was pretty volatile and things were pretty dark, pretty hard for us. So my older brother channeled all his resentment towards my stepdad and had little to none. He viewed my mom as a victim. Whereas I channeled all my resentment toward my mom, because I didn't view my mom as a victim, because I idolized my mother. So I didn't even have a category to where she could be a victim. Even when she got hurt, even when somebody hurt her or whatever, it never even popped in my mind that she was a victim. So I had all the resentment for her. I didn't have almost any resentment for my stepfather, and my brother was completely flipped. So it's just very interesting. So I was reading that experience plus Hamlet into these lyrics. You were reading, your experience, with that. So it was just very, very interesting. And I think the crazy thing about art is that both interpretations could be completely on the money and correct, or the author could be like, "Nah, I was just, whatever," and blah. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's unbelievable. Shout out to the big homie, Slipknot too, Sean. I know, bro. I know that you're a big Slipknot fan. You're a young kid, and then one of your heroes died, bro. It's fucked up. I'm very, very sorry, but you know what? The village is here for you, bro. We got your back 100%, bro. Rest in peace to the big homie Joey Jordison. We got you. Keep rocking. I really like this song. I don't know why, but I just didn't think that PROG ever got heavy. I don't know why.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but this song was heavy. It was death vocals, all that shit, bro. I love this shit, bro. This is a 9. This is my favorite song of the night so far. 9.9 for me.
That's literally what I was giving it.
9.9?
Yes.
Say wallahi.
Wallahi.
Whoa. Boom.
Why should I have to say wallahi? You don't believe me?
No, I don't.
Wow,
we got that one done on the first try, though. There you are, dear listener. Vin out.
Sorry out.
Gone. All right, dear listener. We've got another one coming down the pike. These songs, my friend, are getting stronger and stronger and stronger as the night progresses. I'm starting to see your little tricks there, Mr. WACKYTOR.
Oh boy.
Very well done, sir. Very, very well done. Shout out to Negative Vibes.
You know what's funny? Okay, so a lot of
Vin, are you going live this weekend? Jambi, I was here on Saturday and Sunday. People were looking for you and nowhere to be found. Yeah, but I'll be shooting later on the weekend for sure. Don't do anything stupid in the meantime. Get yourself arrested. Okay, guys, we got another song on the way. Amy, after this song, inshallah.
No, there's 2 more songs.
I know. Okay, stay with us, guys. Back to our regular scheduled program. Commercial already in progress. Let's go.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at insori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is a community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village. Facebook.com/Vin and Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy merch. Mine was on. No, it wasn't.
And a child shall lead them.
To buy how much?
Yeah, that's a little old now. Okay, this is the Tiananmen Man.
Yep, by the band Nevermore.
By the band Nevermore. And I think you're supposed to mention the Mandela Effect. Is that what that?
Oh, you saw that?
Yeah, go.
I wasn't going to tell you to mention it because I wanted to see if you were going to do it. I'm assuming it comes up in the song.
Oh.
And so he just wanted me to say it if, you know.
What is...
Vin talk about Mandela Effect with this event if he knows about it. But... I just want, obviously he knows about it. I mean, this is my man you're talking about. I mean, obviously. But I wanted to see if you were going to bring it up yourself. But
speaking of the Mandela Effect, this has nothing to do with the Mandela Effect whatsoever. This is Tina Benina. Tina Banks.
Hi, Tina.
We've got a GoFundMe for the big homie. Medical issues, etc., etc. And because we live in a let me not say that. Whoo, help me, Lord. So we got to go fund me and we got to take care of our folks, right? So Tina is obviously one of our folks. She's been the central figure in the village since day one, helped a bunch of people, and now it's our turn to help her. So there you go. That's Tina Benina. We'll put the link in the description. I think you can click on it right now, actually, in the channel, and it'll pop you right to it if this application is working properly.
They should be able to click on that picture?
Yeah. Somebody try to click on that picture, see if the application will do it. Does it work? No? Nope. You'll just keep clicking on it.
Wrong.
But that's what it looks like. All right, Jambi, be safe, bro. Don't do anything crazy. Okay, this is Tiananmen Man by the band What's the name of this band?
It's that weird.
Nevermore.
Well, it's called. I'm sorry. I thought you were asking me to tell you the title, which is weird to me.
It's by that weird band.
Nevermore. Well, I mean, every time I hear that word.
We've only done like one song from
Yeah,
this band.
I know. Yeah, but the word familiar in other ways.
Okay. Oh.
So of course, every time I hear it, I'm like, wait a minute.
Wait. This is Nevermore, Tiananmen Man. And I am going to put on my headphones, and you should too.
I already have mine.
You should
I've been
too.
ready.
Oh,
I've been ready
were born.
for this.
You merely adopted the dog.
I was born in it.
Yes, we did the Godless Endeavor. How do these people know this stuff? Unbelievable. That's right. We did do that. This Godless Endeavor.
Oh, well, a simple Google search would show them.
Yeah. Quote the Raven, Nevermore. Shout out to the big homie Kellen Dross.
If my mouth was always like this, would you guys still watch our channel?
I don't think they would. All right, guys. Nevermore. Let's go. More heaviness. Yes. Whoa. Whoa. true. Manipulate to control. Ain't that some shit?
Yep.
People trying to manipulate you.
Manipulate. Damned CNN and Fox.
And people.
And people too, yeah. That's true. That's valid. Let's see what you're doing.
You are so ridiculous. You are ridiculous.
Well, yep, there you have it.
The stuff you miss, I'm like, what are you, it's a 2 mile an hour, so I pointed it out to you.
I know, even that.
On June
All right.
5th, holy moly, that's a day before D-Day, bro.
In the year of 89.
He was unarmed and with focused mind. Shout out to the homie, man. That dude.
So he was a student?
Yeah. That was like probably like the most iconic picture of the 80s. I mean,
really?
Yeah. I mean,
that's the one?
Yeah, that's a kid. We were babies or whatever, but I mean, like it's just
so
it's like you didn't learn this, and they didn't
I don't remember learning this. Did they? I just remember you talking about it. They didn't run him over?
No, I don't think they ran him over. I don't know how that, but I mean, it was just such an iconic picture. Man.
Yeah.
Like it was just a ridiculous act of bravery. And, this guy is saying, I mean, look at that shit, bro.
What is he carrying? 2 bags? What's in his hands?
I don't know. I think he was a student, so it was like a school thing.
Aww.
But, I mean, you want to talk about gangster shit. Like, that's some gangster shit. Like, these dudes ain't playing around.
Yeah. Yep.
Rest in peace, by the way, to World Dane. I guess he was the vocalist in this band. He went off to the Ein Sof, inshallah. So on June 5th, the year of 89, he was unarmed with focused mind. Defiance glared down the barrel of the gun pointed from a tank in Tiananmen Square. He was a student, pretty sure he was a college student. He stood there to control the... So what I love about this song is what he says in verse 2. He stood there to control, to manipulate the media, his power slave. He knew the world was watching and knew he had a plan to confront the powerful tyranny in the square of Tiananmen. So that is a really, 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 really good explication of what is going on in the mind of somebody who does that. Mm-hmm. And, I think, we talk about this a lot, especially on the Middle America side, where media...
Oh, he was going to win either way.
Media has always... If he died...
Yep.
Okay, you just killed this defenseless student in front of everybody in a pretty gruesome fashion.
Right.
And if they stood down, then this one kid took down the mighty Maoist regime, whatever.
That's
either
the
way.
Kind of odds I like.
Sadat. Now, the Israelis, they don't care. They'll run you over on camera. They did. Like, the Israelis don't. They'll fuck you up. They don't care. But, but I love the interplay as far as how the media works. And I shot in the last Middle America video, like, what is it, Jen Psaki, whoever, some Biden's talking person. She was talking about how they're going to Facebook and all these other companies and consulting with the big tech companies, consulting with them to make sure that they ban the right people, ban the right kinds of speech, and then say, hey, if you get banned in one platform, you should be banned in all of them. Mm-hmm. And really, really changed my opinion, because for a long time people were saying, Vin, we need to get the government involved in Facebook, either break up the monopoly or the government has to create standards as to what
I remember you talking about
is
that.
in play and what isn't. And I said, hell no, Facebook is a private company. Mm-hmm. Twitter is a private company. YouTube is a private company.
So you're changing your mind because they're saying, hey, we should all three work together?
I'm changing my mind because the government has admitted to openly consulting with these people to tell them who to ban and who not to ban and what speech is allowed and what isn't. And to me, that's when I say, whoa.
Yeah.
Now you've just crossed the line.
Yeah.
So if you're going to get consultation from the government, okay, now you're turning over the power of the government. That's no. Now we got a problem. And now I'm not going to say that you're just a regular private. It's the same thing with us. People are like, oh, aren't you mad that YouTube demonetizes all your political videos, blah, blah, blah. No, I don't have any right to YouTube. I didn't build the platform. I didn't invest any risk into standing up Google or YouTube or Facebook or Twitter. So I don't have the right to any of that stuff. I'm privileged. They gave us a privilege and we exploited it.
Yeah.
And we've been able to make a living off of it. And that has never happened in the history of human beings. We would have had to get an agent. I know that we're stars, but we would have had to get an agent. And so that's always been my position. My position has been one of, nobody owes me anything.
Yeah, and I'm sure we couldn't have started it on what we did. We had nothing.
We had nothing. Nobody owes me anything. YouTube doesn't owe me shit. Google doesn't owe me anything. The fact that I get some monetization on the political channel, I was like, look, babe, this one's 5 cents. is icing on the cake. You know what I'm saying? And so that was always my position.
Yeah.
But when Jen Psaki says that she is openly consulting with these people and they're the ones making the parameters, I'm out. At that point, now we need to talk about a utility. Now we need to say, okay, if you're going to do that, then now you've just surrendered your rights as a private company in my opinion. What's up, Hate Break? Shout out to the big homie Hate Break. He's a new guy, and anytime we see a new subscriber or a recent subscriber, what'd you say?
It's Heartbreak, not Hate Break.
Oh, sorry, Hate Break. That's probably my my subconscious or one of my bad guys. No. One of the bad guys. Here is a Village Welcome for you, sir. Rest in peace, ears. We go back to our regularly scheduled program. Hey, people are important in the Village. So like, here's my point. The media has always been probably the most power, aside from the wheel and fire. Language, which is a form of media, is the most important invention of human beings. And the reason I'm saying that is because you can take a rock and throw it at the White House. Hell, you can even set the White House on fire. Now the video just got tagged. Hey guys. 8654. So look, right there, right? You can throw a rock at the White House, you can set it on fire, and none of the structures that are fucking up our country will be affected. But let Jimmy Dore and a couple other people shoot a couple videos. Yeah,
it's crazy. Yeah.
And you can really undo a bunch of systems.
Yeah.
And look, the fact of the matter is, YouTube, Google, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter all participated in making sure that Trump did not get reelected. That's a fact.
Yep.
Trump being heavily censored and things of that nature hurt him. And it's hurting him now because he's probably gearing up to run now. And so when these companies make a decision, make a clear decision, we're going after this group of people. And I remember I talked about it last year about YouTube and Google's bias and all the rest of it to the left. And people were saying, oh, no, they're not biased to the left. I don't care if they're biased to the left. They have the right to do whatever they want. But the fact of the matter is that, and you know, what's his face? Zuckerberg testified about 2 years ago as to, he said something to the effect of, you know, gating Trump's and then promoting Hillary, and it was worth like $43 million and X amount of votes or whatever. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
So now we're in a situation with media where I'm like, whoa.
Yeah.
Because the media is literally is the only tool of nonviolence that can get us revolutionary change. And so the government knows that. So what was going on with the media before YouTube, Facebook, Google, and all that jazz? We had 3 or 4 stations. If you're on the right side, you picked Fox. If you're on the left side, you picked CNN. If you were like a young leftist and you wanted to be cool, you go to MSNBC. They'll tell you the messages you want to hear, and you vote accordingly, XYZ, and you go along with your life. Now, I was in a live stream at Middle America, and then I looked at CNN, and my little dinky Middle America channel had more people in the live stream than
so
CNN
wild.
or TYT. TYT is not independent anymore. They're obvious. They're establishment media. They're literally CNN and MSNBC, and I know that they're going to consider that an insult, but I'm not insulting them. I'm just saying that that's where they are.
Yeah.
So the media has always been used, and the media has literally been used to change the world. So like the greatest example would be the Protestant Reformation, which was fueled almost exclusively by the Gutenberg printing press, which was new technology. So now Martin Luther was able to write these tracts and then have them copied and distributed in a form at the time was inconceivable. And so the Catholic Church, there was nothing they could do. They had all the power. They had all the military. Luther had nothing. I mean, he fled eventually, and he found haven, etc. But like, he didn't have any of those powers, and yet he completely won that argument, and it was because of media.
Yep, that's true.
So what's happening now is these establishment people on the left or the right or whatever. I don't care what you call them. It's the establishment that wants things to remain the same, so that when one of our sisters is in trouble, we got to do a GoFundMe because we are in an economic system that monetizes people's illnesses and their lives, actually. Just think about that. We're in a current economic system where people's pain is being monetized. Holy shit. So now people are hearing me having this conversation. You're coming to a metal song, you want to hear a metal channel. Sure, we're going to talk about it because but look what's going on. So now what they're trying to do is they're trying to limit social media because they're trying to get Pandora back in the box so that they can have that control.
Wow.
Because that has always been the only, I mean, even in the days of Muhammad, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, a lot of people didn't understand this. Like, they were, when he came back to Mecca, there wasn't a lot of, like, he was very peaceful, actually. He was very merciful. He basically told them, I'm going to be to you like Joseph was with his people. Don't worry.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But he had a small kill list.
Joseph, who?
Joseph.
Oh, really?
Thrown in the well, Joseph. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. He's a major figure in the Quran. So Muhammad had this kill list, and Westerners are like, oh my God, there was a poet. There was a poet. And Muhammad had the poet executed. It's find that bro and end his life as soon as you see him. So Americans, what the hell? Just because the guy was, I like the way the trees float in the breeze. That's not what was happening.
Oh, he
what
had
was
a
happening
message
was
that was contrary?
Correct. Not contrary. They would write poetry and say, these guys are coming, they're screwing everything up. We had all this peace before Muhammad showed up. Whoever finds him should kill him, blah, blah, blah. And that was the news. That's how Arabic people told the news.
That's weird.
They didn't have CNN. They had poets.
Music?
That's why the Quran says, go ahead and find somebody that has better poetry.
Wow.
Right? So a lot of the Quran is actually extremely poetic. If you listen to them do duksi or whatever, you can the word,
Yeah.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Right? So a lot of Quran is poetic, but it's saying an objective message. They didn't look at poetry the way we looked at poetry. We look at poetry as romanticism. They look at the poetry as CNN. So Muhammad was like, you find that dude,
so
execute.
Weird. It's so hard to even process that.
Right?
Yeah.
So, but the point is, that was media. You see? So powerful people have always recognized, shit, if we let these people go, that's why, I'm not going to say that, but we let these people go, they're going to say whatever, and then nothing will be too big for them. It's a Tower of Babel situation. So, and it's really interesting in the Tower of Babel. How did God fuck up the Tower of Babel?
Language.
Media, which language is a form of media. So it's so important. So what this song is saying is this kid had the foresight to know how to do that, and that I think is brilliant because. You have, and really it was a Jesus type thing, right? It was, I'm not going to take a gun and shoot you. And if you're going to kill me, you're going to have to kill me in front of all these people, to your point. And I just think like that is the ultimate strategy for overcoming oppression. It is not to get your gun and kill people. And the reason why, think about what happens. So the British were taxing us. They're terrible. We killed 15,000 of them. And then we turned around and we've got all these slaves. So if you're truly fighting for freedom, you wouldn't have done that.
That's true.
So there is, and the other thing is that the British Empire never left, but there is a sense in which Christians played a massive role in completely destroying and rotting from the inside the Roman Empire. I mean, they did a lot of it themselves, but it's so crazy because, you know, I'm a pacifist in the sense that I don't believe that lethal force is appropriate for a Christian in any circumstance, including self-defense or revolutions. And when I look at...
But don't test him.
When I'm saying that's my conviction, and to my honestly, to my shame, I have not been able to
maintain that,
get a good handle around that, but I'm working on it. But anyway, like, if you know that media is that powerful, and like I said, when the Roman Empire fell, I mean, it fell. Like, it was over. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like,
not one stone left on another.
You gotta. So that's what I'm saying is, like, we've got to be really intellectual and smart about, because we do have the power. These people are not invincible. None of these people are invincible who are pulling the strings in our country and fucking shit up. None of them are invincible. But we're not intelligent about the way we go about fighting them. And even these Second Amendment people, you know, it's like, oh, it's so we can stop government tyranny. My youth. These dudes got ICBMs and other shit that you've never even heard about. That if I told you, you'd say they can't do that. So this is the way. This is the way.
So what did that have to do with the Mandela effect?
Nothing. I think there were two songs there, and the other song was more about that. What did you get the song?
Okay, so this one, I think the instrumentation was good. Wasn't a fan of the lyrics. Not the lyrics, but like the vocal style. So for me, it's like an 8.6.
I love the song, and I love the subject matter, and I'm surprised there are not more metal songs about Tiananmen Square. Although what I will say about this song is that he was going into the psychology of this kid's mind, which I think is really awesome. Because Tiananmen Square is definitely a metal song, like, fuck authority, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. I'm going to stand right here, kill me, bitch, blah, blah, blah. But he didn't do that. He went to the intellectual side of it and said, this is what was going on in this kid's mind. You can be completely overpowered by a group of people, but it's jujitsu. There's a way to win a fight fighting from the bottom. But you've got to be wise about it. So I love that about it. So because of that, to get a 9.2 for May.
Oh, wow. Okay.
9.2.
Oh,
really, really,
love it.
really, 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 really good song. Vin out.
Sori out.
Gone. Ba, ba, ba. Tiananmen Square. So when that happens, like when we do Tiananmen Square in history, then have the kids listen to this song and show them.
Yep.
Okay. Where's Amy? Is Amy still in here?
Just message her on. I think she had messaged you on
your phone. Michelle, ask me the question, por favor. And you told me I should concentrate. The Tiananmen Man. I want to name you both as uncle and aunt for my daughter. Done deal. Done deal. The only thing is you have to send us pictures.
Right.
Otherwise, we will not be that.
Amy, what's the song? Or do you already know?
That's an Evanescence song. Okay, now listen, WACKYTOR. We've got one more song. We don't want the night to end just yet, though, so we're gonna artificially elongate the night. It's a tough night, guys. You know. Joey and all that jazz. So let's do it. Amy, what is the name of the song? I'm just going to call her. I've had enough.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she sent it to you. She said something about some chat.
She probably did send it to me, but I'm just going to call her.
Simplify it.
Where is she? Where'd she go?
I don't know.
There she is.
I don't know.
And I told you I should concentrate. She hung up on me. That bum.
Check that message. There's a message right there.
Impromptu. Yep. But we've got one more. And people been asking. We got King Diamond to close out the night, guys. King Diamond to close out the path. Gonna be fun. I sent Vin the link. Why are we arguing about it? Just tell me the name of the song. Let me see. She said she sent me the link. Oh, I do see the link. Let's see. The End of the Dream Synthesis Live. Okay. Vin got ghosted. Yeah, I stay getting ghosted, bro. Evanescence. The End of the Dream Synthesis Live. And you told me I should concentrate. It was got it. I found it. That song, Only for a Night, is probably the greatest written song of all time. The lyricism in that song is so ridiculous. So ridiculous. You can lead a blind vanilla, but apparently you can't make him click the link. I'm a busy man, bro. So we're waiting for the star of the show to get back, and we do the bonus song so we can elongate the night, and then we're gonna do King Mother Diamond, and it should be good. Good times. I can't believe we went through all that so quickly. Ridiculous.
You can't believe what? Hair's getting curly.
This is for my birthday, guys. Sorry for the break. Man, Amy, would you stop apologizing? You got nothing to apologize for, bro.
Yeah, you can't help the day you were born.
I made the decision. So.
Yeah, we said it once. We said it 1,000 times.
Yep. We shall return. We shall return. Vin,
I'm sorry.
if you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at insori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord,
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
and they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Vin and Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch. There you are, dear listener. Buy our merch, indeed. Here's Vinny's awesome chair from the Big Homie Mike. And here I am, just going to start this video by myself. So, in the middle of this stream that we were having, we are doing a happy birthday for Amy Lee Forever. Woohoo! You have any paraphernalia, things you want to throw in the air as a celebration? See, as I said, we need a prop box. Woo! Happy birthday, Amy!
And the time has arrived.
This time, 25 years ago, Amy was born.
Beautiful, 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 beautiful world word. All right, guys, here we go. Evanescence, let's do it. Go.
End of the dream.
Wow! Yeah!
I found waited. I remember why I know this place. I found a bird closing her eyes one last time, and I wonder if she dreamed like me. As much as it hurts, ain't it wonderful to feel? So go and pray wings, follow your heart's in beat as we run towards the end of the I'm not afraid. I push through the pain, and I'm on fire. I remember how to breathe again. As much as it hurts, ain't it wonderful to feel? So go and pray, wings, follow your heart's in beat as we run towards the end of the tree. What must we fall apart to understand how to fly? I will find a way, even without wings.
Wow.
Oh my word. Wow, that woman is ridiculous. Unbelievable. From the first time I heard one of those songs, I was blown away. Because that was one secular band that I definitely heard as a teenager.
People were accusing them of being Christians at one point, so.
Oh, really?
She goes, who the fuck said that? I'm like, oh, he said fuck. You can't be a Christian. That was the idea. I know that she lost her little sister.
Yeah.
And then she recently lost her brother.
It's too much.
But it looks like this one is still about her sister. And, you know, Amy Lee Forever, we're doing the song for, is a friend of ours outside the channel.
We played Fortnite.
Yeah, we played Fortnite and stuff. We got a Vic. Didn't we get a Vic on that?
I think we did.
So I know the homie. You know what I'm saying? And she's got losses of her own that, you know, I'll let her whatever. But damn good therapy. Holy moly. What did you think the song was about?
Well, I think it's just the same idea that we talk about. Is it better to love and to have lost than never to have loved at all? And I think that she's saying, like, follow your heart until it bleeds. Like, because sometimes when you have had pain or you have had experiences that have brought you darkness, it makes you not want to feel anymore. And it makes you want to just run away and block yourself out from anything that could potentially cause pain. And she said, as much as it hurts, ain't it wonderful to feel, to go on and break your wings, follow your heart till it bleeds, and we run toward the end of the dream. So I think it's just her, you know, that kind of spot where you're at, where you decide, like, am I just going to go backwards and just kind of fold into myself to protect myself? Or am I going to go forward and take, you know, potentially break my wings and, you know, hurt? But at the same time, when you're in that place, you have feeling, you can actually, like, really feel. So, she says, I'm not afraid. I push through the pain and I'm on fire. I remember how to breathe again. So I think that as she pushes past that and just recognizes it for what it is and is honest with her about honest with herself about what she's going through and the ways that she's feeling, I think that she finds a way to breathe again.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I don't think she abandons hope on what it is to feel and to follow your heart.
The second half of that song, like when she really was belting it, I was like,
incredible.
Holy shit.
Incredible. Yeah.
I think.
And they kept the instruments kind of like backstage for it. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, she's had multiple.
She's the front. Wow.
Multiple songs about her sister. I'm pretty sure My Immortal.
Yeah, there was a lot. Yeah.
About it, and then she lost her brother. So, but it's funny, like when somebody you deeply, deeply love dies, especially before their time, and both of them were obviously very young, so before their time, you never get over that. Or let me say it another way, because I've experienced death. I've experienced death of, you know, people close to me. Rest in peace, Scooter. But it's different when it's a young person who dies out of nowhere. That shit stays with you. And so I think the way that she processes her grief over all these albums is probably the most healthy way of dealing with trauma I've ever, or pain I've ever seen in the metal community. So you have those moments, or you have those songs where she cries, you know, My Immortal, whatever. It's very emotional and almost like, you know, overwhelming emotion.
Yeah.
But then you look at this song, and yeah, she still talks about the pain, but then she's talking about how to continue, how to proceed in light of losing someone like that. Do you just stay in My Immortal, or is there something we can use to inspire people to? Because My Immortal is also very inspiring, but it's a classic song of all time. But what I mean by inspiring is, like, at some point you got to get up and you gotta walk with a limp. So you lose somebody like that, your legs are never going to work the same way again, right? But you got to get up and walk with a limp. I mean, that's biblical. But the problem is that unless you've gone through that shit, it's easy for you to say.
Right. Yeah.
And I think a lot of things happen to people that there's cross-pollination on. You can say things like, well, you know, my dad was abusive. Yeah, I mean, that's millions and millions of people, but losing a young family member, 2 young family members like that is not normal. Like, that is a different kind of dream or pain. Yeah. And you know, to Amy's point, it's, you know, live life to the fullest. And it says, you know, okay, your wings are broken. Like there's a line here where she talks about, can you Command F that one?
Yep.
She said something about wings are broken. Just type wings.
Yep. So go on and break your wings.
Ain't it wonderful, Phil? Go on and break your wings. Follow your heart till it bleeds. That is brilliant, right? Because the idea is I can't get too high, right? Because my wings will break. Maybe there's an Icarian, Icarus, kind of illusion there. Go on and break your wings. Like Icarus was flying too close to the sun.
Yeah, I know.
So it's like that's what fucked up the mechanism.
Mm-hmm.
And the fear of failure, like when you try to go somewhere and you have this big dream, there is a big primer. Hey, you might fail, right? And she said, "Man, don't worry about none of that shit. Just go, just do this shit." And I think that's a really important message people need to hear. Like, look, man, you gotta acknowledge your grief and your pain. Like that's not gonna. Not acknowledging it is not going to help, but wallowing in it is not going to help either. And this, I think, is a really, really good balance. It's like, yeah, you saw a grave, all that shit happen. I get it, but you got to feel because you'll just be walking dead otherwise.
Yeah.
And I do think there are some people where you have to go there. So I was listening to this woman talk about malignant narcissism among parents, and you've got a good friend that's in that situation.
Yeah.
And I remember years ago I said, "Man, just stop dealing with her, bro. Like she's terrible." Mm-hmm. And you always question yourself. People make life decisions based on your advice. And then I'm listening to this licensed psychologist, and she's like, "Yeah, man, you gotta break away from those people." Mm-hmm. So
yeah.
On the macro level, killing your emotions or whatever is, I'm gonna say, always bad. But situationally, it depends on what's going on. Mm-hmm. But that takes a hell of a lot of maturity
to know. Yeah.
To know the difference, right?
Yep. Yep. I think like when it says, as much as it hurts, ain't it wonderful to feel, so go on and break your wings. I think that it's when you are fearful. So when you've already experienced something, you're more afraid the next time that it'll happen again. So, the first time that you burn yourself, you weren't really that scared. And all of a sudden you burn yourself. You're like, oh my gosh, like that really hurts. And I don't want to have that happen again. And I think that the same thing happens when you're talking about pain and different stuff that people go through. And I think that you say to yourself, am I going to go forward? I think I kind of already touched on this, but the idea, like you have wings. But she says, so go on and break your wings. So she still has wings at this point, but she, what if you go forward and what if you break your wings and you have your wings? Like, what if the last bit of like what's amazing about you, like these wings, it breaks in the process? But I think she's just saying, you know what? Because that can keep you from going and doing things. You remember, like, this is totally, like, I'm misusing this verse, but it talks about the fool. I'm not saying that somebody's a fool for thinking that. But the fool says, well, I can't go out and basically go to work because
there's a line in the
might
streets.
Get me.
There's a line in the streets.
Well,
Proverbs.
Yes, there could be, but the chances are very slim. And so I think that that's kind of what she's saying here. Like, what if I jump out there? It's good to feel like, okay, what if I jump out there? But what if you could break? But then she I feel like she hits a thing where she says, you know what? Fuck it. I might break my wings. I'm going out. And,
yeah, and she said she's going to find a way.
When
even
you
if she doesn't have
something,
yeah,
it's easier. Like you said, like if you're like, okay, if you were in this really bad situation, you're like, okay, I'm going to die, but I'm going to do as much in this situation before I die as I can. Like that's a different thing than, being so worried about dying. Okay, well, you accept it and you're going to be able to, I'm talking about specific situations, like maybe in combat or something. But with this, I think that that's what it is. It's this fear that you're going to break your wings. Well, you know what? Okay, I'm just going to break them, but I'm going to go back out there.
And shout out to Chris Wine. We appreciate you, big homie. Yeah. It's just a very strong...
I'm not afraid. I push through the pain and I'm on fire.
Amy Lee, do me a favor and get me the titles of all the songs that are about either her brother or her sister.
Becky said there was one that was like called Your Star or something like that. Right there.
Yeah.
Your Star.
Yeah. And I think we did Your Star. I'm not sure. But damn, what a positive message that's not preachy or corny. Like... there's one band.
Why must we fall apart to understand how to fly?
Yeah. Yeah, I will find a way even out the winds, follow your heart till it bleeds as we run towards the dream.
Even without wings.
Yeah, that's what Amy was saying. Like, even without wings, that's like that mental toughness. That's one area where I'm like, is that something you can teach? Mental toughness? I'm not sure. You know, I'm not sure you can teach that kind of maturity and sophistication of thought.
Well, I think that just like you could teach a class on how to lift weights, but if the person doesn't go and lift weights, they're not going to get strong.
It's true.
And I think that it's like that with that topic.
That is true. Why must we fall apart to understand how to fly? This is one of those things where she's saying that her suffering brought about a good result. But her question is, couldn't I just have the good result without the suffering?
Yeah.
And the answer is no. Mm-hmm. And the reason is because I'm going to assign you this much pain, Amy, and then you're going to convert that pain into music that blesses millions of people. Mm-hmm. So when we talk about the whole the problem of evil, right? Why does good things happen to bad people? I mean, bad things happen to good people. And there's a lot of answers in hemming and hawing and things of that nature. But this is an angle that doesn't get talked about, is that the pain that people do can be converted into a higher good than the pain was painful, mm-hmm. which obviously she's living proof of that. But this is one of those things where it's like, it would not fit in Lateralis, but I think Lateralis, that's what made it so special. The whole entire album was about mm-hmm. self-betterment and things like that, but it was not preachy, and the metal was just crazy. Mm-hmm. This is a 10 for me.
Oh, me too. Yeah, for sure.
There you are, dear listener. Evanescence, End of the Dream. Shout out to Amy Lee.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
We love you.
Vin out.
Sori out.
Gone. Danny Trujillo. Listen, bro. You made a comment, I think it was about Amy, and you were saying, oh, she's missing the D, blah, 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 blah. But this is a song about Amy's dead sister. And the other thing is, you don't know why people request the songs that they do, right? So you don't get to say you're being too sensitive. I got mad love for you, bro, but you don't have enough information to say that to her, right? So that's what's happening. I didn't do it, but I fully support any mod or I support all my moderators. And I got love for you, bro, but you don't get to make that determination, right? Somebody's hurt, and in the village, we love our neighbor. And even if we're free to do something, we're going to restrict that freedom for the sake of our neighbor. Well, yeah, context matters, but this isn't your forum, bro. This is our forum, right? So you don't get to determine that. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. So if you're a guest in somebody's house, right, and they say, hey, man, like, please take off your shoes before you come in the house, then it's just polite to do that, right? It's just polite. Take off the shoes. Nothing inherently wrong with shoes. But if you're going to go to a person's house, you got to obey their rules, right? I can't go into your place and post up and violate all of your. It's about respect at the end of the day. It's about respect, right? So it's about respect. It's compassion and loving each other and honoring each other. It's very, very important. Okay, that's the thing. So, okay, guys. WACKYTOR gave us one more song, guys. It's from the band King Diamond. It's from the band King Diamond, and I can't. This is actually the song I've been waiting for the whole night.
I think a lot of people have.
And we finally arrived, inshallah. Okay, so you guys know the drill. We're going to do the commercial. We'll be right back on your regularly scheduled program.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at insori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. You get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Vin and Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed.
Yes. So we are at the very last song of our WACKYTOR DJ stream. And this one is King Diamond, The Trial. So...
King Diamond.
He said this is loosely based on the witch European trials of the 1600s.
Oh no! All right, let's do it. King Diamond, The Trial, y'all. And I didn't download it, apparently.
Put your headphones on.
Okay, now we got an echo.
Turn it up.
Now we got an echo.
We have an echo?
Yeah, that's what they're saying. They're saying we got an echo. I don't hear an echo on my side. Go back to the chat, see what they say. Is it on your side?
So they're saying super echo. Sori sounds like she's in a cave. Why does this happen partway through the stream?
I have no idea. I don't know. You're on cardioid, your game's down. I have no idea.
Well, turn yours off.
Well, try to disconnect and go back. I mean, we've been on for 3 hours and we're just not getting
Yeah, that's what it does.
What's what it does?
It's almost at the tail end of the stream. Remember the last time I turned the microwave, that thing on? It was like right at the end.
All right, guys.
No echo. It's good now. I guess that worked.
Yeah, you plugged it back in. Yeah, it's probably some glitch in the.
That's better. All good. Okay.
I always solve the problem.
Yeah, I can't believe that worked.
Yeah, I know. That's why when we play Fortnite, I'm like, get in a building. No, I'm gonna do my own thing. Boom, 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 boom. All right, guys. Here it is. You don't have to suffer through another commercial, inshallah. King Diamond. There it is. All right. Headphones. Mm-hmm. And let's go. Oh my God, here we go. Freaking WACKYTOR, bro.
You stand accused before the burning court for practicing witchcraft. Do you confess? We have ways to make you talk. How do you plead? I've never done any harm to anyone. I don't believe this. Lead the witch to the dungeon for the test.
Woo!
Bring out the glowing pins. Do it now.
Jeez. Somebody's got to teach me how to make the guitar scream. And that, dear listener, is King Moth Diamond.
Wow.
Le mole. So I was remotely conversant with the Salem witch trials, but apparently that was in England. It's this weird thing, man, where, you know, you got this thing called honor killings in the Middle East where the girl gets raped and then you stone her to death for bringing shame to the family. That happens a lot in Muslim countries. Muhammad never said to do that. As a matter of fact, one of Muhammad's, in my opinion, greatest contributions to humanity was the Arabs, especially the Quraysh, where Muhammad lived and grew up. If they had a baby that was a girl, they would bury it alive. And so that was one of Muhammad's initial reforms. And, you know, he's got Allah in the Quran saying on Yom al-Qiyamah, the day of judgment, Allah will say to these kids, what did you do for them to kill you? And the kids say, Ya Allah, we did nothing. So then Allah turns to the killer and said, what did this person do for you to kill him? And of course, it's the day of judgment, you can't lie. So they say, Ya Allah, he had done us no wrong. Obviously, you know, they bore the penalty after that. But
wow,
this is like, that's not what Muhammad taught, and it's not what Jesus taught. Jesus, even he quoted some Old Testament passages we had to deal with it. But even in the Old Testament, there was no witch test. There was no test for a witch. And you had to, especially for capital crimes, it had to be on the authority of 2 or 3 witnesses. So even in the Old Testament context, what happened with the witch trials is completely inappropriate. She's saying, I never harmed anyone, I don't believe this. I mean, God, man. Like,
it was awful. And it was, you know what really made me sick was when they led her to the dungeon for the test, bring out the glowing pins, and then he says, this is rotten to the core. She was laying naked on the floor in the dungeon. They want more. And then he starts saying, oh, you feel so good. He's touching her body.
Yeah.
And it's so frustrating because it's like, here she is in this situation where they're accusing her of evil, but he's taking advantage of her situation and he's being evil. And then they're going to put pins in her body. They're being evil. But they were saying all the while she was. And it just kind of reminded me of like,
just come this way.
it just kind of reminded me of, turn that one off.
Yeah, just turn that off.
Reminded me of like churches and how, you know, women are treated a lot of times in churches and it's like a witch hunt the way that they are with them. And then, you know, it's, you know, as long as the woman is serving some purpose for them, then they're good with her being there. But if she doesn't serve that same purpose,
yeah, then they're not.
right.
Oh.
I turned it off.
Yeah, you turned the gain all the way up.
No, I didn't.
It was pretty high.
Okay, I didn't touch that.
Try it again.
Unplug this.
I'm pretty sure it was your gain. It was all. So let us know if that solves the problem for Sarai. Yeah, go ahead. Continue what you're saying.
Yeah, just, I mean, it was, we watched that documentary of those kids that were in that school that was, a religious organization was running the school. And like those girls were getting molested all over the place. And there were, high ranking people coming in to take part in this.
Yeah.
And it's just, here you are telling these girls that they're bad, but you're doing something bad to them. So you're the bad one. It's just frustrating. Like when somebody capitalizes off somebody else's weakness, like this woman, it was in an impossible situation. And all it takes, I'm sure it was a lot of beautiful women that died. I am sure of it.
She didn't, she never said she wasn't a witch.
She said she didn't do what they were saying. Yeah.
She said, I didn't do anybody any harm. But notice, it says, thou shalt not, just watch. Yeah. Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. Whosoever lieth with a beast shall surely be put to death. So then her response is, never did I lie with a beast. Dogs or cats or goats leave my soul alone. So she doesn't say, and never have I been a witch. You're right.
And even down here, now I hear deceiving lying tongues. Right. Never have I done no harm to anyone.
Correct. Right? So she's saying, what the hell?
Yeah.
Right? And but I agree. Like, I'm certain that
oh, you're right, because over here they said you stand accused before the burning court for practicing witchcraft. Do you confess? We have ways to make you talk. How do you plead? And she said, I never did any harm to anyone. I don't believe this. You're right. Again, she doesn't say, I plead not guilty.
Yeah. This is brilliant.
Yeah.
Because what it's showing is she was a witch, but she didn't harm anybody.
Mm-hmm.
So what the fuck is going on? What are you guys doing? Mm-hmm. Okay, so Old Testament wise, it is true you shall not suffer. Suffer means allow. So you should not allow a witch to live. And there's also in the Old Testament you can't lie with an animal. No bestiality. Sorry, Jenk.
I was just thinking that.
Okay, so what about this? You shall not suffer.
Jenk talked about that, so look it up.
Everybody knows. You shall not suffer a witch to live. Look, a lot of our interpretations as to how just or unjust the law is dependent on what we presuppose. So, for example, if we presuppose that there is no God, right, then a death penalty for witchcraft is unjust and makes no sense. Mm-hmm. But if there is a God, and that God says those people carry with them certain problems that get introduced to society and destroy society. So let me give you one example would be we had a massive AIDS epidemic that killed a bunch of people. Mm-hmm. So the sexual mores of the Bible, if it was followed, would have limited that. Mm-hmm. So, and then of course you have these crazy dilemmas like, okay, well, if you could save the whole world or you could save 10,000 people by killing one person, would you do it? It's that whole dilemma. So there are recommendations for the death penalty all throughout the Old Testament. What's interesting is you never see anyone stoned to death for bestiality in the Old Testament, and you never see anybody stoned to death for witchcraft in the Old Testament. And there was an instant of explicit witchcraft in the Old Testament, namely Saul. Yeah. And she's literally called the Witch of Endor. Uh-huh. And she's not portrayed as a horrible, terrible woman. Mm-hmm. She's portrayed as a very, very powerful woman who literally called Samuel up from the grave, from Sheol. So, with Allah's permission, obviously. But, I mean...
She's still, See
what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, the Witch of Endor gets treated pretty nicely in Scripture.
Yeah, that's true.
Look, God puts parameters, right? Like, if I tell my kids, if you run out into the street, you're going to die.
Yeah. You will get squashed by that
You will get squashed. The threat itself creates the protection from the results of the threat. Mm-hmm. So I think there's a lot of that happening in the Old Testament. Now in the New Testament, in the Old Testament, the people of God, their role, among other things, was to be God's sword of judgment against these other nations. So they were supposed to drive people out and do all this other stuff. That's what they were supposed to. That was their Great Commission. There is no go preach Israelitism to all tribes, tongues, peoples, and nations. It doesn't say that. They were just supposed to stand pat and then, be God's arm of judgment. Well, in the New Testament, God's people, it's flipped. We're not an instrument of God's vengeance. Now we're instruments of God's mercy, which is one of the main reasons why I'm a non-lethal pacifist. Because that's our job. That's what we're supposed to do as Christians. And so as Christians, even, there's an early Christian tradition about the woman caught in adultery, for example. And they want to stone her to death. And then Jesus says, if you have no sin, cast the first stone. So from the New Testament angle, we can't support the death penalty because of Jesus' example. And we cannot support lethal self-defense. So that cuts off all possibilities of, crusades, holy war, and whatever. I'm never going to say that all the crusaders were not Christians. I'm never going to say that. That's ridiculous to say. What I will say, though, is that most people are not going to rise above their leadership.
Right.
So the Pope at the time, and, there was some provocation from the Islamic side, obviously, as well. But when you go into that situation, people saying, "Oh, it's archaic," right? Like, it's archaic, and it's like, I would much rather live in a society ordered by the Old Testament than this society. In this society, if a cop kills me, he's going to get away with it. In the Old Testament economy, if a cop killed me on camera, there wouldn't be a trial.
Right. They would.
Right.
Yeah.
So go back and look at how America was, how slaves got here, and what we've done to people all over the planet. So anyway, look, unless you're a theist, you can't really ground any real criticism in anything. Right? Like, because it's all subjective.
Right.
And then that's one of the strange things. Like, when I see you and you went through your own little witch trial and no girl stood up and defended you, like, I don't know what it is with women. Why don't they stand up for each other and support each other? Like, I'm going to have to do some research, but to this moment, I haven't heard much in the way of, like, women being against that bullshit. And so, like, I'm literally asking you, like, what do you, why does that happen? Why aren't women more supportive, especially, in these really difficult situations?
I really don't know. The only thing that I can think of is that there's so much competition for women amongst women that, and what we are, so for instance, like, okay, I don't know, because I've been watching Kevin Samuels, and maybe my view is a little off now. But prior to that, I would have said that women are more likely to settle for, a guy that maybe doesn't look as good or doesn't, you know what I mean? Like, settle for lower than, because a lot of time, from what I've seen, of course, again, this is the circles that I've been in, men generally have a wife that's more beautiful than he is attractive. And so there's a lot more pressure on women for appearances and what you look like and what you bring to the table and what you offer than it is for men, from my perspective. And so I think that women we're so much in competition mode that when you see a girl fall or what you perceive to be a fall, they don't try to defend that girl because they're like, well, good, at least she looks like that now. So then it moves their rankings. That's all I can think of. And I think that even if the woman is married and she's insecure in her relationship, then she's still not going to come to bat for you because she wants you to be fallen. So you're not in the running of who she's competing with, even though she doesn't need to compete. That's just my thoughts on it. And I think that there's also this need or desire in a lot of women, which I literally hate to admit this, but that they want the like male affirmation and male approval. And so I think that that can be part of it too. So they're willing to throw that girl under the bus if it gets them the approval of the people that they're trying to get approval from. So it is kind of like a messy situation, and I think that that women, we have I think that society kind of like maneuvers it in a certain way, but simultaneously
it's very beneficial to men,
right?
That women won't stick up for each other.
Yeah, they're still doing it. And I had a situation a couple of years ago, and it, like, people got crazy and social media was there. It was just like so much stuff going on at the same time. And like within the last 3 months, there's been 2 girls that have reached out to me, and they were like, oh, like when everything was going on with you, like I totally knew that it wasn't what people were saying it was.
When did that happen?
Within the last 3 months, 2 of them have reached out, and like,
you didn't tell me that.
I didn't.
Who was it?
I did tell you about one of them. So she,
I don't know who the second one was.
Yeah, so they were apologetic and stuff, and one of them was like, "Hey, just so you know, like I dumped people off my friends list when that was all going down and when that was all happening." And at first I was like, "Thanks," and then the more I thought about it, the more stupid the thing became. And so I messaged her back, and I'm like, yo, like, that would have been nice to have known 3 years ago or X amount of years ago.
Right.
Like, now I don't even need that support anymore. Right. So I was telling her, so that way if she ever finds herself in a situation like that, friggin' don't wait 4 years to tell someone I got your back. Like, what the fuck? So, and the other girl, she has a complicated situation herself with, the faithfulness of her husband and stuff like that. So I think that she feels uncomfortable. And so, you know what I mean? Like, all this stuff just kind of makes sense. And I think that especially, like, yeah, I don't know, because it does kind of seem like women are a bit ruthless, because when you look at...
I mean, it's the men who are lighting these people on fire, though.
Oh, yeah, I know, but we were talking about women, like,
yeah.
and other women and stuff.
Yeah.
But, like, I don't think that... Yeah. I mean, it could have been that, but if you're looking at this situation, maybe the woman got accused of it, and maybe all of the women, because they were living in a semi-oppressive environment in their homes where there's male leadership and male, like, dictators, that maybe they didn't want to say anything that would compromise their relationship standing.
Yep.
They just had to go along with the party line. I don't really know. I know that women are a lot more liberated now, and they can say stuff if they want to, but they choose not to. They're more vocal about the negative about other women than they are the positive. Mm-hmm. So it's an unfortunate situation. But when we're talking about the witch trials, yeah, it's a painful thing, and it's a crazy thing to look at and to look it in the face, because yeah, so you had witnesses. I mean, we've seen so many people lie. Like, everybody has lied. And so then you start saying, oh my gosh, like if my fate was left up to, I would have been killed.
100%.
Like, there's no two ways about it.
100%.
Yeah.
Daniel says, why would the Old Testament even have the stuff about...
So think about that. I would have never left that previous relationship if I thought this could happen to me. And it would have. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, so it's a really convenient thing for men to have in their back pocket to keep the woman in line.
Yeah, for sure. Men and jealous women.
Yeah.
Why would the Old Testament even have the stuff about putting people to death if it could be so easily misinterpreted? Well, it's not easily misinterpreted, and that's why we did not have witch trials for 2,000 years of Christian history, Daniel. Right? Like, that's not something that Christians did on the regular. Actually, what Christians were doing on the regular was getting set on fire by Nero and Domitian and the rest of those boys. Mm-hmm. So the Old Testament stuff is not misinterpreted. It's for the Old Testament time, and there's a reason there's a New Testament. Jeremiah 31 explicitly says, I'll make a covenant with the house of Israel and the house of Judah, not like the covenant I made with their fathers, which they broke. So even though I was a Lord to them, I think is the completion of the text. So the Old Testament is explicit. John Sailhammer goes out of the way to say that even in the Torah, you had on the episode in Mount Hermon, I think in Deuteronomy 2, there are all types of allusions in the Old Testament that that system is going away and God's going to replace it with a new one. The Bible explicitly states that.
Yep.
That's the reason why the first Christians didn't take up swords and kill a bunch of people. Whereas if they were in the Old Testament, that's exactly what they should have done. So that's how to answer that. That's how to answer that question. But it's an important question, and shout out to Daniel because he asked those very, very, very important questions. He's a very curious man.
Pointed questions. Yeah, so, I mean, are you still with me?
Well, I'm looking at what Eric says. It was also easy to call someone a rich if you wanted their property, revenge, or just plain hated someone. Yeah. Like, this shit is it's just absolutely insane. I cannot.
For real.
Cannot believe. And, you know, Christians, when they hear about the witch trial, we always say, like, oh, those people weren't Christians. Ridiculous. You cannot say those people are Christians.
You know, that's interesting because for Christians to say, oh, they weren't Christians instead of... it kind of makes you wonder what their doctrine is. Do they believe that you're saved by grace or do they believe you're saved by works?
I think they believe that
that's too difficult
somehow that Christianity would be proven wrong if Christians did horrible things in the name of Christ. I think there's that kind of panic. They're like, this is going to undo the entire religion.
But it doesn't if you are teaching it properly and you're talking about the sinful nature.
Correct. But again,
that's why I'm saying, is it works?
No, what I'm saying is I don't think that they had that kind of sophistication of theology.
Yeah.
So that, you know, the less sophisticated you are and the less educated you are, then you're prone to make those mistakes.
Yeah.
Perkinos with the weird with always with the facts. Perk says the Council of Paderborn in 785 actually gave witch hunters the death penalty. It wasn't until early modern period when Christian churches fully bought into the conspiracies about cabals of witches. So yeah, the Council of Paderborn in 785 made witch hunting illegal.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I agree. That's, but you know, that again buttresses the point. Catholic superstition and the witch. Okay, so I'm just gonna look at it right here. I'll post it for you guys because I think that was really good.
Yeah, he's so very smart.
Council of Pader. There it is, right there.
I feel like you guys would have like a really interesting conversation, and depending on the day, I would decide to sit there and engage in it or go shopping. Right?
Yeah. Oh, I agree. So yeah, the Council of Paderborn 785 was an important piece of Christianization of the Saxons and aided in the establishment of a short-lived peace by force between Saxons and Franks. It resolved to make punishable by law all sorts of idolatry, the belief in the existence of witchcraft, causing death of others through witch hunting, and more. So, yeah, we took care of business. So that's not something that was happening all through church history.
Yeah.
Right. Winston Smith says Christian witch trials occur every week. They're with their own congregation who isn't living up to my standards. Sister Jones cheated on her taxes. Burn her, sinner. No, Winston. I've been very critical of church, but that characterization just doesn't fly. Because when modern people say witch hunt, they're talking metaphorically. Trust me, you'd much rather be a target of a metaphorical witch hunt than an actual one. Secondly, it's not a witch hunt to tell somebody that they're sinning. Right. Right? People just don't want to hear that anything they do is bad. And so they turn it on Christian. Oh, you're judging me, blah, 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 blah. True. But if I were to say, I think you're a good person, you wouldn't say, stop judging me. But if I say you're a good person, I'm judging your character. I'm just judging it positively. So I just think we got to, look at things from a multitude of angles. Definitely the witch trials were horrible. And I believe a lot of those folks are currently under the wrath of God.
That went after them and lied?
Yeah. I believe, but I'm not, but I think a lot of them were actual genuine Christians. I really, really believe that. So it's really one of those things. I heard about it in school, actually. And I said, this is ridiculous. So I went to my mom. I'm like, Mom, you would not believe the bullshit these people told me. She said, what happened to you, Vincent? I said, they said that we were going around burning. There's no Google at the time. They said that Christians were going around burning people and shit, blah, blah, blah. And she got really quiet. She got very quiet. She said, let me make you an egg. And she sat me down and explained that that shit happens. That actually did happen. I was blown away. I was blown away.
Pretty sure that when I heard about it, I wasn't overly concerned because there was that verse that people would always talk about, flee from all appearances of evil. Mm-hmm. And so I think that we probably would have just said, well, you know, that's why. That it was a misuse of that verse. I know that now.
Right.
But I think we would have just said, well, I mean, you can't go mixing potions in a world where you could be accused of being a witch. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but a lot of the shit those people were doing was
no, I know that. I didn't look into it.
A lot of these witches a lot of it was just
I know.
Pharmakia, basically. And the propensity
it's using herbs for
and
it's crazy how much that's still hanging around. Like if you talk about herbs and stuff like that for healing, like a lot of Christians get very uncomfortable. Carry on.
Yeah, I'm not sure that the witch hunters were actual Christians, but they believed that they were. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, obviously, if those people were following the Sermon on the Mount, then that wouldn't be an issue. But the entire premise of Christianity is that people are inherently sinful. So that actually confirms the truth of the Christian message.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
It doesn't. But you've got to understand theology in order to speak intelligently to these things and not be afraid of them. Most people aren't being taught any rigorous theology, so when somebody comes with that problem, instead of dealing with it head on, they go, oh, none of those people were Christians. And they think that relieves the pressure.
Yeah.
But it doesn't. It really, really doesn't.
Exactly.
The only country where witchcraft is legally punishable by death is Saudi Arabia. Well, ISIS also, when they stood up their failed state, they gave you the immediate death penalty for being. Yeah, oh yeah, they were, and these guys were running entrapment schemes and all that shit.
Wow.
Yeah, they entrapped dudes and then they brought them up on a building and threw them over the building.
Jeez,
Yeah. Ooh. Well, that's what Muhammad said in the Hadith. Was stone them with stones or throw them from a high place.
Oh my God.
It's fucked up, man.
Yeah.
So, look, I think obviously people go, see, look at religion. I say it all the time. The wars, World War I, World War II, which devastated hundreds of millions of people, was not a religious war, right? This is a human issue. And it is, I'm sure some warlocks were burned at the stake, but it appears a vast majority of those people were women. And I just think, I'm getting really meta here. I just think that there are a lot of weak men who are terrified of female power. And I think the concept of witchcraft puts the woman in some sort of powerful position because she's got tools that everybody else isn't privy to.
Yep.
And so I'm speculating here, but I see, especially with religious people, especially in the Northeast, you'll have women pastors in the South.
Oh, okay.
It's just a normal occurrence. In the Northeast, man, holy shit, it's the same kind of guy, and those people are massively terrified of female power. I mean, I talked to so many. There was so much fear. Even the idea of a woman speaking in the church was terrifying to these people. So
that's crazy.
That's the situation, and it's absolutely crazy. What do you give this song?
I gave it a 10.
I'm gonna give this song for a 10 as well. Excellent song. There you are, dear listener. Vin out.
Sori out.
Gone. Holy moly.
We have reached the end, my friend.
4 hours long, guys. Thank you guys for staying with us. Staying with it. Only 2 down thumbs. That was Ben Webb and Lilo. Shout out to Ben Webb. Here's what WACKYTOR. Prior to tonight, I always said I hate PROG. Mr. WACKYTOR, because of your ridiculous picks tonight, I'm going to have to say that as a subgenre, black metal is still my favorite genre. But after this one, I gotta say that because of this stream, I'm not gonna say I'm a prog head or anything like that, but I have hella respect for prog now, and it's something that I'm gonna actually pursue a lot more and listen to a lot more. It's funny because there's this like 13-minute Diablo Viscara song that I love from start to finish, so I gotta figure that shit out. Shout out to Danny Trujillo, who loves him some black metal for sure. Yeah, WACKYTOR. That was the situation, bro. Like, prior to that, forget it. As Middle Earth says, another great DJ stream. Also, WACKYTOR, thank you so much, bro, for being patient, letting us do the bonus song. You're ridiculous. Guys, thank you guys so much. I saw Nabla Viscaris live, too. It was, like, right there.
Yeah, they were very good.
Yeah, Perk says, I love when some Christians completely ignore that Paul mentions women prophesying in the church, implying they played an active role in the church. And, of course, women like Junie and Phoebe. Correct. Uh-huh. Correct.
Exactly.
Was it Phoebe who was called a diakonos? She was called a deacon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I showed it to Hal. He was like, no. Oh, no. Okay, guys. Thank you guys so much. You guys endured. I appreciate you. Good music, good friends. Again, rest in peace to the big homie Joey Jordison.
Thanks for hanging out.
Much love to the homie. Much love to Slipknot. Love you, Sean. You're gonna be good, bro. No sweat. Don't worry about it. No worry about it, bro. You're gonna be more than good. Don't sweat it. Much love to everybody else. It is now 2:30. We've got to go. Vin out.
Sori out.
Gone.